The following program is for adult audiences only.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Take a real close look now. Soon you'll realize you don't know what's coming down. I got you hypnotized. Take a real close look now. I'm gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up right now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. Right? You know, I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no
that I could stay in this moment forever, so I can hold you in my arms. I will carry you on my shoulders as long as I'm able. Scare the monsters under your bed. Deep and abiding, liking for you is all I need. Until my heart gives in, I will do everything I can for you.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything will know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's, unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Kenny is actually here, but he just turned off his camera.
I'm here, but the camera has just turned off itself, and I'm just replugging something in by the looks of it. Shit, sorry. My apologies.
Hello and welcome, everyone. It's a wonderful Tuesday again. Time for Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny, the black screen heed.
Sorry, 2 minutes.
Hey, this happens sometimes. You know, you can't always have a perfect day. But I really want to appreciate everybody. Thank everybody and appreciate all of you for being here today. Oh, my goodness. Let's go through the chat, see if I can call out everyone that's here while Kenny's trying to get some power to his camera. Mallory Gates, hello and welcome. Pam Spraggins, Dusty Country Road, Sean Lynch, William Dobson, Mallory Gates. All right, I think I got everybody.
Hang on. Hey!
Hey! And I want to thank Kenny the Vaping Heed for coming today's show. That's fantastic.
Hello. Hi. Oh, what the hell's happened to me settings? I'm all too bright now. What happened?
Oh, that's all right, buddy. You're always a bright, shiny personality.
What the fuck happened there? I don't know.
The camera loves you.
What happened there? I do not know. I haven't got a clue. But there you go. We're here. We're back.
Hey, man, there's only so much preparation you can do to be on a live stream, and there's only so many things you can do to make sure that everything works perfect, and it never fails. Something is going to muck up the works and just kind of tweak things to the point where it's like, what happened?
That's a bit better. That's a bit better. That's it. There you go.
What do you guys think of his shirt? He seems to think it's too bright for today. I think it's perfect.
Got to be fierce, matches it off the sun.
Listen, it's summertime. Why not?
Ah, no. Bright.
We're all
bright
getting
red.
a beautiful
I mean,
tan. You have to go south of the equator if you want it to be wintertime.
It's very unusual for us in the UK, though. You know what I mean? Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Here's the best part, okay? Right? My wife let me go and buy. Speaking of which, folks.
Dun, dun, dun.
Kylan 3. It arrived. And I've been plowing through the juice in it.
Oh, do it like that. Hang on a minute. Hang on, do it like that.
Mm.
Do it like that.
That's my Hunky Hawaiian Punch. I literally had to make a 60 ml bottle of it exclusively for this rebuildable tank for me doing the review on it. Fantastic. Flavor's fantastic on it. Airflow is where I've got a little issue with it, but it is the best one so far. And I really wish I would have the Blaze RTA to compare it to, because I think that's the only one that could possibly compete with it right now. Here we go again. Encoder overload. See what I mean? You can only do so much to prepare. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. It worked perfect last week. No hiccups and bumps, bruises, nothing. And this week it's crying the blues. Encoder overload.
It's so finicky, isn't it? Very finicky.
Listen,
finicky.
I think it boils down to the fact that it knows that today we're going to step on the third rail on a bunch of stuff. I've got so much stuff ready to go for today. We're going to talk about nicotine. The filter is off of the browser. We're literally going to be talking straight up about nicotine because there are therapeutic and beneficial effects to it. And if you guys have been following me on Twitter, you know that I posted a quote from Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan's a big advocate for science. Learn and understand the fundamental concepts of science. Then the first fundamental concept of science is always question everything.
Yes.
Read the data, read the information, and learn the truth and make up your own mind as to what that data means. And there's been so many people out there in the tobacco harm reduction sphere and the tobacco control sphere that keep pushing the data based on what we find and what we find. Well, you know what? I read the data. I read the studies. Every single one I can get my hands on to learn the truth. And tobacco control likes to argue that the whole 95% safer claim comes from a single study. Just one study.
No.
Okay?
That's
We
so wrong.
already looked at 2 studies and compared the data ourselves to realize it's got to be around 95% safer. Might even be more safer than that, like 95 or 98 or 99% safer. Because how many of the constituents in tobacco smoke are not present in vapor?
Exactly.
But that's neither here nor there. So I took it to the flip side. What if nicotine isn't as addictive as cocaine and heroin? What if, yes, nicotine can form dependence because of the way that your body reacts to try and keep it in homeostasis? Big fancy word for level, smooth, even.
And now I'm gonna have to consult my dictionary.
Sorry,
here, like.
folks. I'm gonna be pushing a lot of science on you today, and a lot of data. As a matter of fact, we have a poll going on right now. Is nicotine an inflammatory drug? Is it an anti-inflammatory drug? Does it do both? Or does it do neither? And so far, looks like 44% of you are saying it's an anti-inflammatory. So it reduces inflammation.
It's going to be so obvious it's going to be wrong, isn't it? That's because that's what it's just such an obvious answer.
Sorry, I got a master's in education. I know exactly how to create a test. We're going to have to switch to a different screen. I'm blinking in and out here. What's going on?
Oh, what's happening, man?
My goodness.
We've got a glitch.
All right, before we go to switch screens, here's Robert. I put Robert's thing into the thumbnail, into the slideshow weeks ago. But thanks to technology advancements, all downloaded pictures nowadays are downloaded in a new format. GIF or some ridiculous new extension, right? It's supposed to be way more efficient, way more, friendly for the networks to transfer all these pictures and datas. OBS doesn't recognize it, so it just ignores it. So today, I made sure that all those images in that funky format are now PNGs, so I can be displayed for everybody to see in its beautiful glory. And here is why we advocate. Here is my prime demographic that I have yet to reach on this channel. According to the demographics that YouTube sends me, Robert, I think, is the only 60-year-old person that watches my program. He's 62 years old. He smoked for 43 years. And after many quit attempts, found vaping 10 years ago. And he stopped smoking that day.
Well done.
Cherry flavor is what helped him quit smoking, and vaping has saved his life like it saved your life and my life, Kenny's life, my wife's. Kenny's wife still smokes. She's still a dual user. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay. It takes a while before people fully transition. And some people, you know what? They may never fully transition, but it's still an improvement for their health outcome, because every cigarette that they do not smoke is a benefit to their health.
And now some dual users that cheat. It's just like, if they're in a total no-smoke environment, they'll go, I'll have a vape instead. That's cheating. I keep telling them, you can't do that. It's one or the other.
Right, because, cigarette smoke has so many constituents in it, 7,000 chemicals that, and 70 of which are known carcinogens. Some people say it's up to 100 that are known carcinogens in cigarette smoke. Whereas in this, you have 2 or 3 that are known carcinogens, and they're such a low level that it'll take 500 years before the cancerous effects of that particular thing are potentially realized.
Exactly.
But you know what? There's people out there that don't want you to know that kind of information, and they're plowing the money. They're plowing the money into the misinformation campaigns that go on in there. This chart is dizzying. We all know Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids is the biggest marketing firm out there pushing people misinformation in the name of protecting the kids. We have to protect the kids. Let's ignore all the adults that are going to die if they don't stop smoking. And let's focus on the kids, because they'll never start smoking if we lie to them and tell them how horrible it is. And if they smoke a cigarette, they're going to die next week. Or if they jump out of, it's like jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. You'll die instantly as soon as you hit the ground. We know it took us decades before we got sick. But look at the money. Look at the money. Follow the money. Bloomberg dumps all this money from his philanthropies into Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and also Vital Strategies, and American Heart Association, American Lung Association. These are supposed to be organizations that are protecting our health. But they obviously have a particular stance against the single best way to quit smoking. Look at all the money flowing through here. And then you have Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids that takes money from Bill and Melinda Gates and the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and they dump that into the American Cancer Society and American Heart Association to further plaster anti-vaping messaging.
crazy, man.
Utterly ridiculous and preposterous.
Crazy.
But what
crazy
if?
shit.
What if there's an actual problem in society today that nicotine could help? And what if we took the same stance as tobacco control did and say, listen, there's a study that says nicotine is not addictive. We gave it to all these patients in this study, and guess what? After 6 weeks, the study was over, and none of them continued using nicotine. Well, wait a minute. If all these people in the study did it, and it's not addictive, then why is everybody saying it's as addictive as heroin and cocaine? Maybe because we're ex-smokers, we realized it wasn't the nicotine that we were addicted to. Yeah, I'm sure it played a part in our desire to constantly smoke. But what if nicotine was actually, I don't know, Mother Nature's way of preventing us from overdosing on the combustion of cigarette smoke?
It's a possibility.
Wow. I wonder if there's a study out there that says that. What if I showed you one? Would that change your mind?
I was going to say, I thought if anybody could find one, it would be you.
Wow. What a fundamental concept. What a fundamental change and a fundamental shift in understanding. My entire life, I've been lied to about how addictive nicotine is. And that's what gets you addicted to cigarette smoke. It has nothing to do with MAOIs or any other chemical compounds found in cigarette smoke. It's just the nicotine.
Wow.
I think tobacco control ran up against the wall and everybody got sick and tired of hearing the word tobacco, so they had to find another word to demonize that was fresh and new so that, you know, the people that they already stigmatized and like totally ignores what they have to say all of a sudden had a new word to focus on, a new thing to be scared of.
Vaping. Da, da, da.
And to get to my ultimate point that I'm talking about and the ultimate focus that we're going to start in on today, we're going to do a little bit of vape advocacy first, just a little bit. But then we're going to talk about long COVID. There are people that got COVID and it fundamentally changed their life and they have yet to recover from it. You know, COVID has devastated so many parts of life and society, and so many small businesses have been shuttered for good and will never come back. But it gets more fundamental than that. There are people that have literally become secluded, like they were still being sequestered because of COVID. And it's simply because they no longer have the energy to live. They spend their entire day sleeping. They have no desire to eat or anything. I mean,
sad.
I can sympathize with that because when I was like, 13, 14 years old, and most of us have suffered from a condition called mono. You remember hearing about mono when you were a kid? It was the kissing disease, mononucleosis.
Kissing disease, wow.
That's what they called it. That's what they called it because that's the easiest way to spread it, right? Actually, it's part of the Epstein-Barr virus family of illnesses. I had it whenever I was young, and I suffered from the same condition. I literally lost all energy. I slept 20 hours a day. The doctors couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. I was legitimately hospitalized for a week because they couldn't understand what was wrong with me. Because they tested me for mono, which was the most likely culprit, and I tested negative. But back then, not too many of them knew about Epstein-Barr. They just knew about mono, and they knew that it was caused by a virus. These people are suffering from long COVID, and they have the very same symptoms. People that were fully energetic and athletic before COVID, now they're lucky to get out of bed or get off the sofa. So we're going to cover that today. We're going to show about that. We're also going to talk about how, just like smokers, they got sick and tired of trying all these bullshit pharmaceutical products that didn't work, and all the advice from our doctors that didn't work. We went and quit smoking our own way. And a lot of them open up vape shops because, they were so successful, they had to convince all the other smokers, hey man, there's an easy way to quit smoking. All you do is try this. And you won't smoke ever again. And it's better for you in the long run. And the longer you do this, the less you're going to smoke, and eventually you're going to quit smoking altogether and be back amongst the normal, healthy members of society.
Hallelujah.
Woo! I'm telling you, I'm so fired up. I got so much to cover today. Question is, do we want to have our flavor explosion before, in the middle of the news, or after?
Well,
all depends on how you're feeling, my friend.
I think I can detect a soapbox moment, so I think we better have a drink with this one. Like,
as you wish. As you wish. We've got a lot of information to cover today. And matter of fact, if we don't get to the OBS fingerprint device like we didn't do last week, well, that's just the way it goes.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We will. All right.
All right, time for a flavor explosion, my friends. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today I have for you a product that is not marketed for children, despite the beautiful orange colors, and the actual name of the product is orange soda. A spiked orange soda with 8% alcohol by volume. This is part of the Steel Reserve Alloy series. I am really looking forward to this. Their blue raspberry is fantastic. Their blackberry that I've had is fantastic. Now, am I going to be able to enjoy this beautiful sun-kissed moment? Or is it just going to be another really alcoholic beverage? Either way, I think it's going to be a beautiful experience in flavor.
Sorry.
I say cheers with my mate, but he's still getting his beverage.
Sorry. I've got to prepare it.
Man, does that smell like a sun-kissed soda? Ooh, baby! I'm telling you, we're going to have a fantastic time today. Mm-hmm.
What strange brew have you got today? What have you got?
There you go, mate. Not marketed for children. Spiked orange soda.
See, no, that should be banned. That's flavored. It should be banned. I think it should be banned. Sorry, it needs to be banned.
Let me taste it first before we decide to ban
it. Okay, you can be the official tester.
What do you got for us today?
Well, you see, with the extraordinary warm temperatures we've been having, I went for something a bit more traditional, a bit more refreshing. And I've gone for a simple cider by Thatchers. Thatchers Gold. Traditional cider. Proper apple cider. It is alcohol, 4.8% volume. It's 500 ml. It is brewed in Somerset. Good old English apple orchards and everything that's used down there. Gluten-free and all that la-di-da. It's full of flavour, made with specially selected apples, many of which are harvested from our own family orchard. So it's all done in-house, and I've prepped a glass with some ice.
Woohoo! Getting fancy today, buddy.
that's where I was. I was running, getting the glass of ice. So,
come on, we want to see you pour it.
Do. Oh, there you go. Look at that bad lad. That's just, that's just look. I notice the angle is 8 degrees, 8-degree angle, so you just get that nice level head on it. Whoa, bit over the top, but what the hell?
Oh my, does that look fantastic?
Oh, just on ice as well, so it's just going to be so cold. To your health, my friend.
To your health, my friend.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, wow. That's not a sweet cider. It's not a dry cider. It's just, ooh.
If I was on alcohol control, I would ban this. I would ban this horribly because it tastes just like an orange soda. Unlike the blackberry and unlike the blue raspberry one that I've had before, where you can definitely tell it's a spiked drink, this orange. There's no alcoholic remnants anywhere. It's so just orange like soda.
And then you get outside. Sorry, forgive my ignorance.
Boy.
Forgive my ignorance. This is a medium dry cider. I've just noticed it there. It's medium dry cider and it's very nice. Very nice.
What's the percentage on that one?
It's 4.8. So you can have plenty of it.
So I'm going to get drunk twice as fast as you.
Oh, big style. Plus you're going to drink that faster because it's soda.
I don't know if that's a good combination, me drinking that while we're going to get on the soapbox here. And listen, man, we've got all kinds of stuff today. We're literally stepping on the third rail. I've got UFOs for you. I've got Robert Califf. That's a captured man. No, he's not an alien. But we all know his pharmaceutical ties. YouTube's going to ban us because we're going to be talking about how the pharmaceutical companies have controlled and captured the FDA. And you want to know why they haven't authorized any of these products? Because the biggest loser in all the bunch is going to be the pharmaceutical companies.
Without a doubt.
What happens
Without a doubt.
if along comes a product that you can't patent, you can't own the rights to, and 480,000 people stop dying a year because of it?
Well,
who's going to lose the biggest amount of money in this whole scheme of things besides tobacco control and American Heart Association, American Lung Association, American Cancer Association? Won't need any of their services, sorry. Because people are going to get healthier.
The thing that's made me wonder, I mean, I could be wrong, how the tobacco companies have kind of jumped on the vaping train by buying or producing their own vape products.
Well, of course, that they're a corporation. That's what they have to legally and are obligated to do to their shareholders.
But on the other side of the coin, why is Big Pharma not done it? Or have they done it? I don't know. Has Big Pharma got any vaping products?
How do you know that they're not actually the same corporation?
That's
corporations buy and sell each other all the time.
Because with something that's so big that can be such a threat to them, they've got to be doing something about it. Apart from the usual ban bullshit, they've got to be tied into it somehow, just like Big Tobacco did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if they own a part of a vaping whatever, you know, if they've got the little fingers in the pie, so to speak, somewhere, got to have, haven't they?
Listen, we don't know. I mean, unless you're, some big accounting analyst that can sit there and track corporate history and who owns who and who's related to who and all this other stuff. It's all a big mystery for the average person out there.
Yeah. Of course it is. It's all smokes and mirrors, isn't it?
Yeah. You get a bad reputation. You buy and sell your stuff and it's no longer legal your thing. Monsanto is now owned by Bayer.
Yeah.
So the same company that is, giving you aspirin because, you've got heart disease and you need to take a low dose of it every day, or you have a headache. Well, they're the same company that are spraying chemicals on the fields on all the plants and vegetables and fruit that we eat.
Great,
well, that makes you feel good, doesn't it?
That to keep you alive, but we're going to kill you with pesticides. What the hell?
Well, my wife caught onto a TikTok thing yesterday that really caught her attention. She's like, Hidden Valley Ranch. Guess who owns Hidden Valley Ranch?
No idea.
Clorox.
No.
Bleach.
No idea.
Company.
Really? Holy shit.
Still got the same company making bleach, to sanitize your pool and to, make your whites white in the laundry. And they're also making you your salad dressing.
Okay. Now I know why salad.
How are you supposed to feel
white.
about that?
Is that why meal was white? We're bleaching it.
I don't know, brother.
In a small but very fine level, so that you can have it without killing you.
Al Ben, hello and welcome to the stream. Ian Thomas, welcome to the stream, my brother.
Oh, Ian, my man, this is the man of knowledge. So if you want to do anything, he's the man. He's the man.
Good, because we're going to test his knowledge today. Question in the question that we have posed here inside of our poll. Multitasking, you have to bring up the other screen. My apologies. We're going to end the poll. We have 13 votes so far. We have 31% of you said that it's an inflammatory. 46% of you said that it's an anti-inflammatory. 8% said it's both, and 15% said that it's neither.
I'm on the anti-inflammatory board. I don't know why, but just something about that's. And I'm wrong, aren't I?
And the answer, the correct answer, which only 7% of you got, is that it's both.
Really?
It causes inflammation and it also relieves inflammation. Just depends upon what part of your body it's reacting on. Without getting too complex in the science, your body has, your central nervous system has two basic functions. You have your sympathetic nervous system and you have your parasympathetic nervous system. And for those of you trying to understand, well, how do I keep these two straight? Okay. Your parasympathetic nervous system is what keeps homeostasis. It's what keeps your body's normal metabolism functioning. Your smooth muscles in your abdominal tract, moving food along as you digest it. It causes you to breathe. And then you have the sympathetic nervous system, which is sympathetic to your circumstances. So if, a UFO crashes on Kenny's house, it's the flight or fight reaction. Oh my God, my house just collapsed on me.
Thanks for that.
Or if you're in the African Sahara and you got a lion coming at you, that's what causes your heart rate to go up and it causes your blood pressure to go up and react to your environment. It's sympathetic to your environment and it allows us as human beings to adapt to it and react. When you take a drug, it doesn't react just on one, it reacts on both of those. And how it affects each of those is going to vary based upon what stimulation it gets.
I never knew that.
So it can do both.
You learn something new every day.
It can cause inflammation or it can relieve inflammation.
Yeah. I never knew that at all. See, you always learn something on this channel, folks. It's educational.
A little bit of science.
A little bit of science, eh? I tell you, never knew. I thought you just had the one, that was it. What can I say?
Nothing is that simple in life. Well, there is one thing that's that simple in life.
Yeah, that.
Still hasn't changed.
Wow.
Still hasn't changed. 23,423,543 people have died from cigarette smoking since I quit. Yeah.
Wow. I think it's a numbers game. Population control.
0 have died from nicotine vaping. Still, there is yet to be one confirmed case of it. Tobacco control is a total failure. So
the numbers show it, don't they? The numbers show it.
Let's go take a look at what's going on today. Besides VP Harris referring to the FDA as the Federal Drug Administration. Forget about the fact that they also regulate food. It's the Food and Drug Administration. Yeah. But okay, whatever. We all have flubs. We're all getting older. Our memories are compromised. We have a slow decline in our mental acuity.
Well, actually, she's probably dropped the bombshell. That is the actual name of them. The Federal. It's federally run.
It's the federally drug company organized association in charge of what we have access to and what we don't have access to and how our lives are. But here we have another wonderful article ripping the FDA to shreds and saying that it's an ineffective regulation of tobacco. And, well, wait a minute. We're going to remove the filter here, reload this page, because we're going to talk about the 100% unadulterated truth today. For what critics have described as an ineffective regulation of tobacco and nicotine, allegedly caving to political pressures to ban vapes and e-cigarettes as potential alternatives to traditional smoking, while simultaneously allowing Chinese products to flood the market. Realistically, how can the FDA actually crack down on this? Other than, people that advertise online, how are they going to know? Do they have the resources to go into the thousands upon thousands of convenience stores, gas stations, and vape shops and smoke shops and massage parlors and bars across the entire country to find every single person that's selling it?
Nope.
Are they going to be able to track every single social media interaction on TikTok and Snapchat and all these other places where people are literally selling to another person, whether it be of age or not?
Nope.
It's impossible.
It's a simple enough answer. No.
Just like I said a long time ago, it was impossible for the FDA to actually read every single page submitted in PMTA applications to actually come up with a logical, reasoned, fully vetted determination on whether it was appropriate for public protection of public health or not. It was physically impossible for them to read through the millions of applications.
They just can't govern or police the internet, period, They just can't do it because of the immensity of it. You've got
they're working on it.
You've got the dark web, which everybody knows about, but they've never shut it down because when they do, they just move somewhere else and bring it up again. So,
Oh, there's always a way around it.
Yeah.
You have multi-layered levels, VPN traffic. There's another way to route it. You have an onion scheme of protecting your traffic over multiple layers.
That's what I'm saying. You've got these
never going to be able to get 100%.
The guys who are setting this up or or serving or whatever, the geniuses, they're one step ahead all the time. They know what they're doing. So they're not some dodo who's selling backstreet bling and whatever on a website. These guys know their onions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fact that they should employ them all. There's hackers and crackers, just
Yep, there's no way that they could possibly regulate it all. So, them making fun of them is just not really beneficial. But here we go. Here's another captured representative, former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb. We've had some wonderful interactions with him in the past.
Where's he?
Well, guess where he's at now?
He's popped up again.
Yeah, guess where he's at? You want to know where he's at?
Big tobacco. He's got to be for a tobacco company. Tobacco.
No.
No?
Big pharma. Pfizer.
Pfizer. Oh my God, the COVID people. They made the COVID jab. My God. No way.
Yeah, Scott Gottlieb is now working for Pfizer.
We've been getting
Isn't that
vape
fantastic?
No way.
Yeah.
Really? Wow. Holy moly.
It's unbelievable. And we all know that the current FDA commissioner has numerous ties with the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, well, of course. Hand in hand now.
I got so much here.
The hand in hand.
Dr.
now.
Robert Califf has worked very closely with pharmaceutical companies while he was at Duke, doing multiple clinical trials and convincing pharmacies to give him money so that he could make money for Duke University in their profitable clinical trials. He was a paid consultant for Merck, Johnson & Johnson, GlaxoSmithKline, AstraZeneca, and Eli Lilly. And those are all discussed in the various scientific documents that he created from just 2009 to 2013. And guess where else he's, tied into?
Probably tobacco. He's probably
Google.
back for both sides.
Google's life science arm, Verily. And he holds between $1 and $5 million of equity in that company. And that's just what I can search for just by typing into Bing Robert Califf Pharmaceutical Companies. And that's just the first thing that pops up without doing any extensive research whatsoever.
So he's not hiding about it.
But no, the FDA is a completely free authority. There's no adulteration. There's no capture of the FDA. None whatsoever. They're doing what's in the best interest of the people. Okay.
Do you not think that just the America's version of the World Health Organization, another useless organization, you know what I mean? They're in the pockets of all these wealthy anti-this and anti-that. You know what I mean?
Follow the money.
Yeah.
Where's the money coming from? And the best part is you can actually look at it over time and go, what was the World Health Organization's consensus at this point in history? And then, well, a certain multi-billionaire philanthropist decided to give them a bunch of money, and now all of a sudden their position is no longer what it used to be.
Well, it isn't. I mean, like you said, the carry on when COVID broke out, how they never went into China or whatever to inspect it, and they just made a total bull's lug of that. Big style. It's just in China, it'll be fine. Okay. World pandemic. Nice one, WHO.
Yeah. We're going to talk about the World Health Organization too, because I asked somebody that, I've gotten to be friends with, and I said, how do we get through to people? How do we get people to understand our plight and our experience and sympathize with all of us ex-smokers that our lives are literally at risk, and they just keep yanking products away? They keep banning this and banning this and banning this. How do we get the general populace to understand the truth and understand the facts and actually give a shit? And the only thing that she could come back with was, well, the World Health Organization isn't going to stop at vaping. They're going to want to control everything else in our lives. From what food we eat to who knows what else.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not an actual body that they don't set rules and regulations that everybody has to follow, because obviously they had the input in the UK about vape, and in the UK basically went up yours, we're not doing what you want us to do. You can advise us all you want, but up yours, you know what I mean? They chase them.
Yes and no. Is the UK a signatory of the FCTC?
I know what you mean, but generally they said no.
No,
You know what I mean?
obviously the politicians in your country can do whatever the hell they want to do.
Yeah.
And the World Health Organization is going to tell them to do that. However, if they're a signatory of the FCTC and the unanimous consent of the FCTC is to ban something, well, guess what's going to happen? If the thing that they're going to ban this year is disposables, guess what is going to be an eventuality in the UK? Disposables are going to be banned.
I can see that happening, but I can't see vaping being banned. That's where I'm kind of at. But it's still a lot of the blame is still going on this youth vaping bullshit. That's the thing where the consensus is: the disposables, youth vaping, they're getting their hands. That's the kind of the argument where we're at.
Yeah, but what percentage of youth that actually use these products are being diverted away from combustible tobacco?
Exactly.
Where's the scientific study to determine that?
I think a lot of it is because some of them aren't even using it to quit smoking. They're just doing it because everybody. It's just like when we started smoking. You'd done it because it was a cool thing to do. It was a fad thing. I think it's the same scenario with the disposables. Whether they've smoked or not, it's a cool thing to do. Be in with the crowd, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's where we're at. That's the big problem at the minute. I think that's where we're at.
Good day, Bruni Saint. Wonderful to have you here. If you take a look at this picture in here, that said vape pricing critical if FDA limits nicotine in cigarettes. That's a whole nother topic for another day. We're not going to get into it in deep depth. However, you know, they have authorized, the FDA has authorized products out on the market. And there are products that are out on the market that I suspect are going to win their legal challenge because, let's be honest, they're owned by tobacco companies and they can spend as much as they want on their lawyers to keep their products out on the market. So, being that I advocate for harm reduction, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit who makes the product because eventually whatever products are available on the market and whatever products do get authorization, well, big tobacco is going to come along and buy them up. And if it's not big tobacco, it's going to be big pharma. Some big corporation is going to buy them up. So, what did I decide to do? Old farts vaping. Is it cool to jewel if you're an old fart?
Jewel? God.
So this kit right here, the actual battery device, $10. 2 pods that are in this, $15. It costs the same for this as it does if I were to go in and buy 2 packs of cigarettes. And the thing is, and the thing is, obviously there's the initial cost. That's $10 to buy this thing. But once you have this, all you need to buy are these things. And that replaces each of those cartridges, replaces an entire cigarette theoretically.
Right.
So I'm going to review all the products that are legit available for you to purchase on your local convenience stores and gas stations. And, you know, I'm going to put it out there and say, you know, what's the best FDA authorized product that's out there? And is this the most popular product better, the same, or worse than those ones? We already know. I did one review on the first product that was authorized, the Logic Pro. That's basic 2012 or 2014 technology. Nothing but spit back. Yeah. Horrible experience. Disgusting. I would never quit smoking with the Logic Pro. How is that appropriate for protection of public health if nobody wants to use the damn thing?
Well, is that not the point? They make it that crappy thing, fuck it, I'll stick to cigarettes. You know what I mean?
No worries, mate. Listen, it's been a long time. I completely understand why you guys don't watch the show. It's noon here. It's like wee hours of the morning for you over there.
Yeah. Yeah, we understand, guys. The time zones can cause a bit issues, but yeah, thank you for joining me. That's the main thing. Thank you very much.
So, this is a beautiful article I wanted to point to you guys. Vape pricing critical if FDA limits nicotine in cigarettes. How about FDA authorize some actual products that are worthy of being sold on the convenience store shelves? Not just cigalikes. Moving along. Why would the Biden administration's nicotine ban benefit drug cartels. Let's just think about that for a moment. Who's going to be supplying black market products if it's banned in the country?
You just rolled out the red carpet for them, matey.
Australia's the perfect example. Exactly. Black market butler is going to make sure that the drug cartels get a new cash infusion from all the black market vapes that they're now going to be authorized to sell because it's banned in the country.
Holy moly, man. Jeez. Unless they're trying to, take Australia's objective,
And you can't convince me that the American politicians aren't afraid of repeating that same situation here. It's one of the reasons why it's taken so long for them to say, you know what, we're going to cut the nicotine back in actual combustible cigarettes by legislative action. Even though there's already a public law in place that prevents them from eliminating it altogether. They can't completely eliminate nicotine from cigarettes or tobacco products. It's against the law. Federal statute's already in place. Been there for a long time.
Can you remember prohibition from alcohol? Did that work? No.
No.
People got rich by it. Very rich. And guess what? They're all politicians now.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Can't hide from the truth. So, I said we were going to talk about this today, and it was fun doing the research today for this show because, once again, you can't tell me that they aren't filtering the results based upon who you are, where you live, and what you search for and what your history is. And the results are filtered based upon their data that they have on you. So, once again, like I did when I was doing the news, I had to go and use alternative search engines from other countries to get the results to find out what I was looking for. Because I remember talking about in the news how the French were doing a study because they have this paradox of COVID. You have this paradox with COVID with smokers. And when the COVID was running rampant across the world, they did the study and they looked at the data, and smokers were less likely to be in the hospital and be sick with COVID than non-smokers. Yes, chronic smokers had worse outcomes because of lifelong smoking, but they came to realize that there was a protective effect for the smokers in the population. But it didn't understand why. And then there was a French study that was done, which I couldn't find initially. I couldn't find even any studies or any reports talking about it. But, hey, full screen, buddy. Here we go. French researchers suggest nicotine could protect against COVID. And this was back in 2020. They talk about this. 4/23/2020 is when this article came out. And they said, researchers were going to take a look into this because they saw that 11,000 or so patients hospitalized in Paris, public hospitals for COVID-19. At the start of April, only 8.5% of them were smokers, compared to 25.4% of the population in France. It didn't make any sense to them. And they looked even more closely at it, and then they decided, you know what? We're going to do a study because nicotine could be the reason that COVID wasn't affecting smokers as much as it was, the rest of the population. And this is when they came up with this whole idea of the smoker's paradox. Were people that were consuming nicotine less likely to get COVID? Nicotine attaches itself naturally to a receptor in our blood cells. And it lowers the immune system's activity. Well, and that just was a paradox to them, and they're trying to understand why. Well, as it turns out, they did a study, and I looked at the study, and I couldn't find anything specific about it, and I haven't found any updates about it. Because they wanted to look and see if people put patches on, would they prevent themselves from getting COVID? Or would it minimize the illness that they did get if they'd got it? But I was never able to find what happened with that study. It just disappeared.
I heard something like mentioned about it, like when it comes to the vaping side as well, the nicotine, you know, like how the nicotine is supposed to help you, you know, combat or improve your immune system against the COVID. How, why, if, but, whatever, no idea. But there was something about that in the news in the UK, but I don't think they actually directed, because I think they were generally saying nicotine, but they didn't want to cause a panic, like panic buying of like people rushing out, like you say, to buy nicotine patches and gums.
They did. As soon as it made the press, they legit had to lock down the patches in the stores because people were buying them up, you know, panicking, going, how do I prevent myself from getting this illness that's supposed to wipe out the planet?
Yeah.
You know? Well, long story short, most of us have gotten over it. Most of us has had COVID. Most of us had our vaccination for it. And then most of us have found out that, you know what, the vaccination that was supposed to protect us 100% from getting COVID didn't do that, because we got COVID ourselves after being vaccinated.
Yeah.
And, well, like I did, let me pull it up. That's what happens when I have so many things going on that I can't.
Yeah, remember when you
keep
were
track of it all?
You done a vlog reporting it, didn't you? Yeah.
When I got sick, I'm like, listen, I'm going to get on and I'm going to document what happens and how it happens, how I feel, how long did it take for me to get over this? Or if I have to be hospitalized, how long did it take for me to get hospitalized? I figured worst case scenario, this would be data for some researcher someday to come back on and go, okay, he actually talked about what his symptoms were each day, how it progressed, what was the most important thing to him that he was dealing with. Like how here I was talking about my sinuses. They felt like they were going to explode. And this particular episode on day 3 was the day that it changed for me with COVID, because I felt the worst that day. And after doing the video, people put comments up there and they said, listen, whatever you do, do not vape less. Because he had already made the association that, you know what, the nicotine that we're consuming in our vapes have some protective effects, have some beneficial effects to minimize how sick we get. I'm like, okay. So I legit, in this episode, talk about how I quit doing the DIY stuff, and I legit went from my OG Blue that I DIY'd, which was probably 3 milligram at the time, and I legit switched up to the commercial original Keep It 100 OG Blue at 6 milligram. And as soon as I did that, my sinuses all of a sudden started draining and I started to feel better. And I got my first good night's sleep since I started to feel sick. And for me, that's what helped me. Well, did you find out that there's people that are still suffering from COVID? They've had their vaccinations, they've been to their doctors, and their doctors are just, they don't have an answer for them. They don't know what to do.
See, declaration officially ends tomorrow, but some people who contracted the virus are still suffering years later.
As CBS 2's Cindy Hsu tells us, people with long COVID are desperate for answers and relief.
People look at you and they're like, oh, you look fine, you know, and
Naturally, they have to throw a commercial on.
you're gonna be okay. And I'm going, well, it's been 3 years and I still have it.
Darlene Tejero-Dahl is talking about long COVID, the post-virus condition that can present with any combination of more than a dozen symptoms that appear after the patient tests negative. They can last from a few weeks to a few years.
My heart shooting up to 130, dizziness, shortness of breath, hair falling out, rashes.
Tejero-Dahl, who is an actress, says she's also experiencing brain fog, which we saw firsthand.
What was I just forgot what I was saying.
The patients that we're seeing and the patients we're trying to help are those patients who are having persistent symptoms affecting their function, their quality of life.
Dr. Dr. Jonathan Shamash is the medical director for the Post-COVID Recovery Center at Hackensack University Medical Center and is treating Tajero Dahl.
How you been feeling? We're just trying to help them, A, with their symptoms, and B, cope with the loss of their lives as they knew it.
He says there are no proven treatments for the many symptoms.
This is an area, unfortunately, with limited data.
But Dr. Shamash says there is experimentation with several different medications, such as histamines, omega-3 fatty acids, naltrexone, which has been used to manage substance abuse, and guanfacine, used to treat ADHD.
Did you notice that there was something missing from that list? What are they not testing to see if it could help patients that are suffering from long COVID? That we just talked about.
Nicotine, by any chance?
Holy cow. All right, one little quick bit that I caught yesterday on Twitter when I started doing the research for this. This isn't something that is limited to just here in the States, okay?
Long COVID. This is Maria a couple of years ago, before COVID and then long COVID. Now she struggles with walking or even standing for long, has inflammation of the brain, constant vertigo, insomnia and fatigue. She's had to stop work.
I've seen a lot of people, have the conversations on Twitter talking about how, it's not real, it's psychosomatic, and, there's no such thing as long COVID. Does that look like somebody that is faking it or has some psychosomatic issues? Her life has been completely altered from what it was before to what it is today.
And to move back in with her mum and dad.
Sorry, it's all right. Take your time.
For a long time, I kept wishing I could get back to that person I was before, but I think a lot of it's trying to come to terms with that. That person's gone.
Despite all of that, it's been a struggle to get people to understand how ill she is. Today's report found that health-related quality of life for people with long COVID was lower than those of people with advanced metastatic cancers, like stage 4 lung cancer, for example. And the impact on day-to-day activities was comparable to patients with Parkinson's.
I'm hoping that the NHS and other people can use some of it to also understand how difficult it is for these patients, and if they can offer or provide more help to try and support them through long COVID.
As someone who's had long COVID and knows how bad it was, the report's both shocking and validating at the same time.
I know people who are suffering with cancer at the moment. I know people who have passed away from cancer. I obviously don't wish that upon myself or anyone, but I have had the exact same thought, because at least people would understand how bad it is. I've avoided certain situations because I just don't have it in me to answer that question of how are you, what's long COVID, and to do that with every single person, because I can't educate everyone and it's so complicated.
There's hope then that this report will do some of the educating on behalf of people with long COVID, and always hope too of recovery. Some changes in medication recently have improved some of her symptoms. It goes without saying that she'd like to be able to do this again.
I'd love to think I could get there even in a scooter or a wheelchair, so that's like, that's the kind of first step, but hopefully.
This Maria is different, but also braver and therefore even more brilliant. Ruth Liptrot.
Wow. It's unbelievable how much people's lives have been changed because of this, and how this is not really getting that much attention. So I did just a quick search, checking for the hashtag long COVID. This is not a small problem. There are a lot of people that are being affected by this. Here, they're talking about it down in Sydney. And once again, what are these scientists looking at? Pharmaceutical drugs. Well, we got to check the pharmaceutical drugs because, we can make a lot of money on it.
Exactly.
Well, what if there was a solution that, really was affordable for people to deal with? What if, I don't know, there was people that could relate to their symptoms and relate to their situation and realize These people need an audience. These people need to have their story get out there, especially when we have the commonality of what could potentially be a solution.
My own life, if people who smoke cigarettes get COVID, and there are people that smoke cigarettes that do get COVID, but I do have one friend and she is unvaccinated and she works in a hostel. She smokes all the time, wonderful lady, but she has never gotten COVID. And then I thought about my grandpa, and he spent the first, I'd say like 75 years of his life smoking cigarettes, and then he just stopped one day, but he has smoked cigarettes pretty much all of his life since the 50s, pretty much, when he was in the military, and then he stopped at the age of 80. So I guess that wasn't 75 years, maybe more like 60, 50 years he's smoked pretty hardcore.
The point being, there's this relationship that we've discussed previously and has been studied previously, and, well, somebody decided to write a study about it. Matter of fact, here's this account on Twitter that talks about the actual study and the results that they found in this study. And the fact is, of all the studies that I've read, you would think that this would be a pretty weak study because, well, there's only 4 participants. But to get you guys to understand what basically is talking, what is going on here is, this guy decided to say that, you know what, we've come to realize that there's this association with how the actual virus attaches itself and what receptors in your body it attaches itself to. Everybody accepts the fact that it's an ACE2 receptor that is the primary, place where the spike protein attaches itself to. But we cannot ignore the fact that the nicotine acetylcholine receptors, your nicotine receptors in your body, are also susceptible to attachment by this COVID virus. And for some people, it's a stronger attachment than just solely at the ACE inhibitor. And when your body fights off the virus, you can fight it off, and they're supposing that it's eliminating the virus from the ACE2 receptors, but not from the nicotine receptors, because nicotine is a very strong attractive force. And by putting a patch on somebody, well, we can force the COVID virus to release itself from these nerve endings. And once it gets back into the circulatory system, then guess what? Your body can fight it off in its usual manner. So that's the fundamental breakdown of it, to oversimplify for those people that don't have pathophysiology understanding, or, understand, biochemistry and that kind of stuff. Just to oversimplify it. It's kind of the same way that, narcotic users that are not breathing get a dose of Narcan. And the way that the Narcan works is by displacing the actual narcotic from the receptor in your body. And because the Narcan doesn't give that same effect, it just fills the receptor, and then the patient can have normal central nervous system reactions and breathe again, and it kills their complete high, but it saves their life by giving them Narcan. Well, here we have people that are trying to save their own life by taking part in this study voluntarily on their own, and then documenting that information so that other people can learn from their experience. And they legit go on there and they buy themselves nicotine patches, and they cut them down so that they taper their dose and their strength up from hardly anything to a normal dose of nicotine by using a whole patch and a part of another one. And it's going to be dependent on each person. Because if you're a smoker, you've already had the nicotine receptors build up in your body to deal with constant flood of nicotine. Okay? But if you've never had nicotine, you've never smoked a cigarette in your life, that you're going to get that buzz from nicotine at a very low dosage because your body's not used to it. So here we have legit people going on, buying patches in the pharmacy so that they can treat this problem that they've been dealing with for the last 3 years. And it's kind of amazing when you look at the results. And you look at and you watch these people's stories and you start following the story of the different people that are talking about it. Caught Charles Gardner off guard too whenever he came across this as well. It's an uphill battle for these people that have been suffering for a long time. And there is no pharmaceutical product that they can go to the doctor and get that's going to cure them. But what if there was already one in the pharmacy that they could try and alleviate their symptoms?
Wow.
Kind of like it did for the participants of this study. Here's case one. Here's what their symptoms were like. And then they put a patch on. And they slowly increased the dosage of their patch. And guess what happened to their symptoms?
God.
It got less and less and less and less.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yep.
Still a mind-boggling thing. Like I say, it's just a simple solution, yet nobody's looked into it or researched it or tested it or whatever. You know what I mean? It's wow.
That's the problem with modern society. You know, tobacco control cries the blues and says, we don't need to have, we don't pay attention and we don't pay heed or creed to any study that was done by a tobacco company or funded by somebody that has ties to the Tobacco Association, right? But it's perfectly okay for all of our drugs to be paid for by pharmaceutical companies. We don't have a problem with that one bit. And we believe them wholeheartedly. But if it's tobacco or nicotine, whoa, guess what? Ooh, sorry. Well, unless you have absolutely zero ties to anything tobacco or vape or anything like that, we don't believe any of your studies.
Exactly. It's mad.
Yeah. A lot of people have had success with this. It isn't, 100% cure for everyone, and a lot of people cannot tolerate nicotine. If you tried to, quit smoking with the patch like I did, you found there was like rash that you would get developed there, and it never wanted to stay attached. I've tried it in multiple places on my body. Sometimes in 2 different places at the same time to try and get some relief from the patches. They never worked for me to quit smoking. It wasn't the nicotine that I needed. There was more to the picture than just that. So I'm going to suppose something here for those people that are intolerant of the patch. What if you go to your gas station and buy a Juul or buy yourself one of these disposable vapes? Like we talk about all the time.
Exactly.
And use this to self-medicate yourself if you cannot tolerate the patch. The hardest part is to get used to it. Because contrary to what they would like you to believe, you don't just get addicted to nicotine. Because if you overdose on nicotine, you're going to get sick, you're going to want to throw up, you're going to be running to the bathroom, you're going to have a massive headache. We know what a Nick buzz feels like. Even as smokers, we used to get them.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So here's a little study for you. Nicotine addiction, fact or theory? Put out by Tel Aviv University, the Department of Behavior Sciences, the Academic College of Tel Aviv Yafo, and the Department of Psychology from the Tel Aviv University. Is nicotine an addictive drug? Well, obviously, raising this question today would seem preposterous to most scientists and to the average person, including smokers and non-smokers alike. If one adopts the definition of facts as theories, and basically this whole thing boils down to the fact that all of the arguments about nicotine being addictive as heroin and cocaine all tie their sources back to the Surgeon General's report back in 1988 stating that the reinforcement provided by nicotine is a necessary component in the process that drives smoking behavior. It all boils down to that one sentence. That's where they keep saying that nicotine is so addictive. It's as addictive as heroin and cocaine. Okay, well, two can play at that game. Let's take a look at this study. Transdermal nicotine for active ulcerative colitis. All right? Ulcerative colitis is largely a disease of non-smokers. Wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a disease largely of non-smokers, does it mean that maybe smokers are consuming something on a regular basis that could prevent or treat ulcerative colitis? Well, let's do a study and find out. Let's give a bunch of people that have ulcerative colitis that we can document and verify and test, and let's put them on a nicotine patch and see if they get better. 17 of the 35 patients in the nicotine group had complete remission as compared to 9 out of 37 of the patients in the placebo group. Well, that means that it obviously helps people with ulcerative colitis. And, well, let's see what happened after the study was done. Well, if you go and you read the study and you come to find out that these people were on this stuff for 6 weeks, and then when the study was over, at the end of the 6 weeks, at the end of the trial, and 6 to 12 weeks later, to identify any change after nicotine withdrawal. How many people actually had nicotine withdrawal?
Yeah.
Nada.
Get it every time I'm having a vape for a while.
Nada. None of them had nicotine withdrawal that would anywhere come close to heroin and cocaine. And maybe people that, have nicotine patches, do they go on to become smokers? No, none of them. Nobody that uses a nicotine patch for a study like this goes on to become a smoker.
Nope.
Maybe it isn't the nicotine in combustible cigarettes that causes the addiction. Maybe it's a bunch of the other stuff that's in there. But you know what? The 1988 study from the Surgeon General, well, that already cemented in stone. We don't need to study that anymore. And here we have people that are suffering from long COVID that could benefit from the effects of a nicotine patch. It's unbelievable. I read this and I'm just like, my jaw dropped to the ground. It shook the foundations of my understanding. My entire life I've been told that nicotine is as addictive as heroin and cocaine. They came out before I graduated high school. The Surgeon General said that. And tobacco control took it and rode it like a horse. Going to the rodeo. Beat it into everybody's head. And here we find out, you know what? Is that actually true? I mean, as a scientific thinker, you have to question everything, including the foundations of all things that everybody says. Show me the study. Show me the data that proves that it is. And then you come across an article like this and it's like, well, shit. All the arguments that they have about vaping, well, we don't know enough. We don't know enough. We don't know enough. Do we know enough that actually nicotine is that addictive? Where's the rest of the studies that show that it is? I've yet to be able to find them. And then here we have tobacco smoking and the risk of Parkinson's. And guess what? If you get a Parkinson's patient and a nicotine patch, they get better. Almost instantaneously for some of them. How about for mild cognitive impairment? Neuroprotective effects. I came across so much science this week. And that's where my whole idea of coming and asking you guys, what do you think? Does nicotine, cause swelling or does it relieve swelling? Does it cause inflammation or is it an anti-inflammatory? And like most drugs that are out there, the dosage makes the difference.
Look at that.
But I feel for the people that are suffering from long COVID. and how it's affected their life. And here is something that they could benefit from. And it's as simple as going to the pharmacy or going on Amazon and ordering nicotine patches. And you follow the study, you follow the trial. They legit have the instructions listed. Let me switch the hashtag.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
The nicotine test. You go on here. It's the pinned tweet on the top. Here's a survey. Here's the protocol. Step-by-step dosing instructions. And you can legit, you buy the patch, and the patch tells you exactly how many milligrams are on the entire patch. So you cut the patch down into fourths, and you can taper your way up in dosage based upon how you're feeling and what the reactions are, and you document that. But it's all based on one study. And the fact that, back in 2020, we talked about the beneficial effects of nicotine for COVID victims. COVID sufferers. And here's the study for you guys that answers your question. They were looking at inflammatory diseases, and they wanted to know whether nicotine was anti-inflammatory or pro-inflammatory, and they found out it's both. And this study will document and tell you exactly everything, because we know that nicotine is pro-inflammatory for certain inflammatory diseases, including inflammatory bowel disease, arthritis, multiple sclerosis, sepsis, endotoxemia, myocarditis, oral skin and muscle inflammation. But it's also an anti-inflammatory in other parts of your body. All this stuff I'm going to end up linking in the description below. I don't want to get lost in the woods here. But there are clinical trials that were started, but where's the results of this? If that was started in 2020, how come we don't have the results for this? I don't understand. All right, jumping to another topic. This one was published by the Cato Institute. And it basically talks about the drug wars. And that history has taught us that the harder law enforcement cracks down on drugs that are banned and illegal, guess what happens? The market responds, and you get more lethal drugs filling the market. Because guess what? If it's so hard to get 5 tons of marijuana leaves across the border, what happens if we concentrate that down and boil that down into 5-gallon buckets that people can carry across the border?
Exactly.
That's how we have the fentanyl situation in this country.
Oh, they'll do. They'll just put it through a processing stage to make it easier to fucking transport. It's not rocket science, is it?
Yep. Common sense.
Wow. The world lacks it, mate. The world lacks it, unfortunately.
And here's one that's been bounced around lately. We already know this. Vaping is more effective than conventional smoking cessation therapies. That includes behavioral therapies, that includes nicotine replacement therapies, that includes pharmaceutical products. And for me, I can say that for me, vaping was more effective than all those combined, because at one point I did try all of them at the same time.
Really? All at once? Hell.
I was taking Wellbutrin. I was using the patch, and they gave me the frickin' Nicotrol inhaler.
Holy moly.
And then it was told by my counselor that that's the best way to quit smoking it. It'll work. And during that same time that I was doing all those, they also sent me to hypnosis. They try hypnosis. Hypnosis will work. How about acupuncture? Have you tried acupuncture to quit smoking? Well, it helps some people.
Instead of stating the obvious, have you tried vaping? Yay!
Nobody said that. Nobody. I came across a friend of mine at the bar that had an actual device that he built himself. It was a semi-mechanical mod, box mod, that he literally built himself. And he had an actual tank on it. I'm like, what the fuck is that? He's like, it's vaping, dude. Haven't you ever heard about vaping? I'm like, no, not really. I tried that. I'm like, then I started researching. That's when I started watching all the videos on YouTube. You know, watching Grim Green and watching Legion Vapes and learning about that and looking at these products out there. And I'm like, we got to stop at a vape shop and try this out. Well, you can watch my introductory video, which is still on YouTube. Most people don't promote their first video. I have mine plastered on the front page of my website because that's the whole reason I got into this. Now we're going to jump into New Zealand and their youth tobacco survey.
Oh, what old New Zealand. We're going down under, we're going down under.
Yeah, because they're cracking down. They just changed their laws on vaping. They're banning disposables. The only disposable, technically, that would qualify would be something like this.
Like the
Is that a coincidence? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Causation and correlation are completely different things. But they do require you have a separate battery from a sealed cartridge. It's got to be tobacco flavor if you want to sell it in the gas station.
Wow.
You have to go to a vape shop if you want flavors. And the whole argument is protect the kids, protect the kids. We need to make sure that no non-smoker ever starts smoking because of vaping, right? The data's right in front of you, but it's so small you probably can't read it. Can you guess what % of kids in New Zealand that didn't smoke started smoking because of vaping? Or actually, let me read it exactly for what it says. How many non-smokers actually vaped? What percentage?
Oh, we're talking youth, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
You've seen all of the scare stories plastered on the news, right?
I would reckon, top of my head, 10%.
Way less.
Way less, wow.
Out of 21,385 youth in New Zealand, only 175 that never smoked or touched tobacco before tried vaping. 0.8%.
0.8. Fucking hell. Wow.
Yeah.
And they're probably...
And...
people would say, that's still youth vaping, it's still a pandemic. No, we're going to do that.
Yeah, but if nicotine really isn't that addictive or isn't addictive at all by itself, well, then what's to worry about? The goal is to end cigarette combustion, not to stop people from using a beneficial, naturally occurring drug. Here I have a wonderful article because they're talking about, you know, very soon in the United States, you will not be able to buy menthol products. Another reason I bought that, Joel, because it's menthol. Might be a collector's item here sometime very soon. Like a lot of the other things I bought around here. Can't get them anymore because they're banned. Here's a collector's item because it's not called Legion Vapes anymore. Another collector's item for the collection.
He's changed his name.
I don't blame him. With the regulations that are going on over there right now, there's a fire sale in the vape shops all across Australia. Just like there was in the United States. On numerous occasions.
Oh, it's selling like hotcakes and at very bargain prices as well.
Yeah. And that's something I'm looking into, but we've got so much else to cover today that I'm just like, I'm not going to get into it. But we're going to talk about Australia next week and Mark Butler and what his statements are and what he actually tends to do here and why people are going to a fire sale to sell all their stuff because they're panicking. They're legit worried about a complete prohibition, and most people are honest and don't want to sell stuff on the black market. So who's going to step up to do it? Well, I'm sure the cartels are happy to do that.
Without a doubt.
And like I was saying earlier, can we trust the World Health Organization to look out for our best interests?
After what you're drinking there, no.
I'm not even halfway through that bottle yet. I'm trying to keep things simple so everybody can understand what's going on. I'm trying to move through all this stuff without getting bogged down in, you know, jargon and nonsense that most people don't understand.
You're doing a damn good job, sir. Doing a very mighty fine job. I'm thick as shit, and I can follow along, and I'm thick as shit, so there you go.
So here we go. The World Health Organization has now determined that artificial sweeteners are not for people trying to lose weight. We're going to ban them.
Really?
But before we ban them, we need to make sure that there's more research. How come they don't take that stance with vaping?
Exactly.
They say, we need more research. That's why we have to ban them. The World Health Organization has recommended against using them for weight loss, but acknowledged that more research is needed. Do low-calorie sweeteners help with weight management? And are they safe for long-term use? This is a most controversial topic. The World Health Organization issued a statement that cautions against using non-sugar sweeteners for weight loss, except for people who have pre-existing diabetes. Then you shouldn't take sugar.
Oh my God.
Did the sugar industry give them a cash infusion? Or what's going on here? What's the actual truth? Because I don't believe anything the World Health Organization says anymore.
Nah. Bloomberg,
especially after watching Tedros' comments. It's a trap.
Yep. Bloomberg will be giving them money power as well. We got the Vape. Did you find that for your finances, Pitnell? Yeah, no problem.
Andy Social, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Unhealthy sugars. And, you know, people are panicking now because they know that, you know, we're using sucralose in our sweeteners for our vape liquid. So now they're like, oh, my God, that's sucralose 6. And if you go right to the manufacturer's website that makes sucralose, they have it plastered on there, have a whole webpage exclusively designed to respond to this. And they go, listen, our process does not have sucralose 6. It doesn't break down into that. It normally, dissolves when you cook it. It's safe. Don't worry about nothing.
Very, very questionable.
So, the friend I reached out to about, how do we get people to give a shit? Well, it might be pretty easier to give a shit when the World Health Organization actually starts going after things like artificial sweeteners and alcohol and everything else. Just a matter of time. I don't believe anything they say.
Nah. Like I say, when they cocked up over the COVID, that was me washing my hands with them. And then obviously the crap with the vape and that I just went, right, whatever. I'd rather believe the World Wildlife Organization.
So here we go. Here's another one, another scare story that came out there. How addictive is Diet Coke?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And notice how the title doesn't stop there. How addictive Diet Coke harms your body in just 1 hour, quoting to experts.
But there's a massive spectrum on that. What about energy drinks and all that crap? Like what I was drinking last week. I mean, fuck me, really? They're worried about Coke.
Listen, when I was doing the research for this, I was getting bombarded with all kinds of stuff, like saying that taurine is actually really good for you.
Bullshit.
And then it said taurine was going to kill you. There's so many arguments out there, and it's like, how can you believe anything anymore? Even if you try to do the research, you keep coming up with diametrically opposing views of things.
because they're bombarding you with that much confusion. That's what it is. You know, what they say one hand, they take it away with the other hand, saying, well, this is good for you. Well, no, it's bad for you. And then this is good for you. No, this is bad for you. Oh, well, we'll ban this. What the fuck?
Well, listen, tobacco control said that's only a tobacco tactic. Only tobacco companies use that tactic to confuse you by putting out different opinions. Bullshit.
No, they don't.
Every company that's profiting off of something is going to put out, you know, signs saying that their stuff is greatest thing in the world. So then eventually you find yourself in a rabbit hole like this one. What fruit is more hydrating than watermelon?
You must have, but just to touch on the Coke thing, you must have seen the YouTube videos where people are actually cleaning pennies and shit with Coke, and they use it to clean their sinks and all that shit. You know what I mean? So
when I was a teenager working on, you know, a beat up old car I picked up for $500, old timers are telling me, make sure that you dump the radiator out of there and fill it up with Coca-Cola, you know, and then 5 minutes later, flush it out. And it'll be the cleanest radiator you ever had in your entire life.
Exactly.
You want to polish your chrome, the rust on that's rust on your chrome bumper?
Yeah.
Coca-Cola on a towel. It'll dissolve that rust right away.
You're drinking that. Holy fuck.
So like I said, I ended up in this rabbit hole. What fruit is actually more hydrating than watermelon? I'm like, what? I thought watermelon was the juiciest, wettest, wateriest thing that you could drink or eat.
Much water anyway, isn't it?
It's
water in a shell.
Would you be surprised that tomatoes are more water-based than watermelon?
But yeah, because there's see, a lot of people categorize a tomato as a vegetable. It's not. It's a fruit. So that would make sense. It's surprising, but it would make sense.
The difference is only 2%, though. A watermelon is 92% water. A tomato is 94% water.
It's 2%, isn't it? That's 2% more hydration, folks.
I know what I want to be eating in the summertime. Don't get me wrong. I like my tomatoes on my burgers and stuff. And I even cut up tomatoes and put them in my scrambled eggs.
Get away, you eat them. Get a hold of one. Eat it, man. Lovely.
If I grew it myself, I would.
I kind of defeat that object because I like lashing salt all over them and then eating them.
I used to when I was a kid when we had a garden.
Yeah, my salt intake goes up when I eat tomatoes.
My daughter used to love the cherry tomatoes.
Oh, still love them. Yeah.
Yeah, I had cherry tomatoes growing in the front yard, and she would be getting off the school bus, and she'd be picking all the red ones and eating them before she came in the house.
Yeah, fucking right, man. Best way to have
Not
it, all
anymore.
fresh off the vine.
Yeah.
But no.
All the tomatoes we buy in the grocery stores nowadays are all hydroponically grown.
Yeah,
He's literally sitting in a floating bed of water.
You can grow them so easily. Told me you can put them on your windowsill in your house. You can grow them out on your windowsill. They're so easy to grow. Honestly. Lovely tomato.
Hey.
Tomatoes, man. Oh.
Mallory said you got to drink through the head, Heed.
I did. Oh, that mentions I need a top up. Give us a minute. And I'm going to get a tomato as well to prove my point.
All right, time to move on because I got some more stuff for you guys. Come on. How about if you could de-age your brain by eating a specific food? Come on, buddy. Load. Does not want to load. They don't want me to tell you. The scientists do not want me to tell you. That is wild. All the stuff I got open here. And it won't load.
We'll have a quick pee hole. Get out, you.
Oh, well. Guess we'll have to move on. So who are you supposed to believe? What are you supposed to believe? It's just like nobody knows what to believe anymore. Matter of fact, even the scientists don't know what to believe anymore. So they legit have to do a study to document why there are conflicting perspectives on something so simple as tobacco harm reduction and electronic cigarettes and vaping. Beautiful article it's put out there. There'll be a link in the bottom of the description if you want to get into this more, to try and understand why there's such a diverse opinion on tobacco harm reduction. But we're going to move on because we've been bogged down by a bunch of stuff that wasn't really fun and wasn't really that interesting if you're not into vaping as strongly as I am. But how about UFOs? You're not going to believe this one. UFOs caught on camera during the air shows, the Red Arrow's Riviera Air Show. They said he was going at least 1,000 miles per hour. Like, what? What are you talking about here? And there they have the picture of it. What the heck?
Come on, out. Come on.
I wasn't drinking that day, and I come across this, and I'm going, are they serious?
Sorry, guys. Got totally distracted.
We're just talking about UFOs. You're eating a tomato.
Mm-hmm. Mm. And the salt. Gotta have salt on.
I do that with my eggs, my boiled eggs.
Yeah. There you go. 94% water. Delicious.
That's why you have to put some salt on it so you consume even more water later.
Yeah. No, that's alcohol. That's this. See, guns hand in hand, you see.
So I looked into this. I'm like, where did this come from? How do we even have that? And here's pictures of the same formation from the same air show. And they tried to blow up and zoom in on the UFO.
Ah, UFOs. I like this shit.
Yeah, here's the article I came across. And then here's the one that was posted, the actual post on Twitter. And unfortunately, when you go to Devon Online, they wanted me to subscribe to show me it.
I believe there's something.
The
out there.
alien craft had apparently been photographed over the weekend during the Torbay Air Show. The strange object was seen June 3rd, 5:33 p.m. to be precise. June 3rd. Remember that date, folks. June 3rd. Okay? And it was the middle of the Royal Air Force Red Arrows display, and the photographer, who is asked to remain anonymous, estimated the anomalous object was traveling at least 1,000 miles per hour when he shot right through the middle of their display for the Royal Air Force. Here's the picture that they got.
How about... I'm just trying to see, because obviously, if you're shooting something that's traveling that fast, yeah, it is pretty blurry. I can't see it because if it's tack sharp, then it's
well, the
fake.
reason he said he was doing, 1,000 miles an hour, because, these jets are flying around a couple hundred miles an hour, and this thing went from like 20,000 feet down, and it shot through these airplanes or something, because there was another picture of it hovering right behind them in formation. And then I guess it disappeared again or something, but there's no video of it. So they tried zooming in on it. That's what they come up with. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of weird, right? Where'd they come up with this stuff? What else is going on? Well, then guess what my Google feed was inundated with? All stories about UFOs. And once again, like everything else we talked about today, we talk about a story here in the States and we talk about a story there in the kingdom, right? Let's go to Las Vegas.
It is the police call everybody will be talking about. Thanks for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Denise Valdez.
I'm Brian Loftus. A family says something crashed into their backyard, prompting them to call 911.
You won't believe what Elon Musk did inside the wall.
You won't believe what Elon Musk did. Listen, we're in the process of not believing what the hell we're seeing on TV and on YouTube right now. What do I care about what Elon Musk says?
Can I just
creatures walking around?
Yeah.
I'll just give you some figures, right? I've just had a look right at the Red Arrow's jet. It's the Nat jet, right? And this is the speeds it can do, just to give you some kind of like idea how fast this thing was doing. The engine it uses it's a Bristol Siddeley Orpheus 701-01 turbojet engine, which gives 4,705 pounds of torque. Its max speed at 20,000 feet is 695 miles an hour. So if they're hitting that, and that thing went through them, like that must have been shifting.
Yeah, but I'm sure if these guys are releasing smoke, they're not going full throttle.
No. But
flying in formation like that.
Yeah.
But
definitely
do it. Definitely possible.
Yeah.
If you've got an aircraft that's 20,000 feet and then drops down to where these aircrafts are flying, a couple thousand feet off the ground, so people can still see the formation and see the contrails they're leaving. It would have to be at least 1,000 miles an hour.
Maybe some anti-gravity technology that makes you just plummet. God, we don't know, do you?
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, here we go.
Sorry about that.
Let's jump to Las Vegas.
I
got a story even better now.
Investigators digging into this for weeks now, and tonight our David Charnes with the video you will only see on 8 News Now. David?
Right, Denise, sources telling 8 News Now investigators that several agencies believe something landed or crashed. Whether it was non-humans or not, it certainly scared the people living on this property. Now, before we show you that video, listen to their call for help.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Wow.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Okay.
Well, the 8 News Now investigators obtaining video as officers then responded to the call you just heard. You'll see the officers also saw something in the sky that night, but the big question is, what was it, and is it all connected?
Leave her alone.
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro Police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
there's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Someone calls 911 reporting 2 large figures in their backyard.
No, I'm so nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light. Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard? Or
they see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property.
What?
Oh, Get to feck.
Clear, they're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday. Whatever.
Yeah, this is their backyard.
Only investigating
Or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
I can see the funny side of that, like, yeah, don't call us.
And the best part is none of them were drinking or smoking or anything else.
This is quite weird, Brian was saying as we're watching this story. Now, we've been in contact with the family in that video, and as you heard in that 911 call, they seem very reasonable and honestly quite scared as you heard them in the call. No, they don't seem impaired in any way, and whatever crashed by the time the police got there was gone, but sources say that there's really no dispute. Something was in their yard. Exactly what? We do not know.
I mean, it's so interesting. So, like, the Metro office.
This was the original report that they talked about it.
But because a police officer saw it, they investigated.
Music composition just got a whole lot more.
Bother, would they? Know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you rang the police now and said there's an alien in my backyard, they're gonna hydrate or
they're gonna think you're nuts.
The incident has a lot in common with other bizarre cases from around the world. An alleged crash, strange beings, and bits and pieces that don't make sense. But the police took this seriously, and so do we.
Just before midnight on April 30th, skywatchers across several western states saw a bright fireball streak through the heavens. A police officer working in the Northwest Valley caught a glimpse of the colorful object on his...
So this was April 30th, right? Going into June 1st. The UK Airshow was June 2nd.
Body cam. At nearly the same time, a Ring camera in the area recorded a strange noise and what sounds like a crash. One family living in a ranch-style home had a much closer view of the object. Two brothers and their father were working on a vehicle in their yard when they caught a glimpse of a sparkly object as it came crashing down, then were hit by what they describe as a shock wave. One of the witnesses, a young man named Angel, has stated when the brothers looked into the yard where the object landed, that spot was obscured and blurry, as if by unknown form of camouflage. What they saw next prompted a frantic call to 911.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it, and big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
8 News Now investigators have spoken with family members multiple times in the past 4 weeks, but each of the 3 times we accepted their invitation to do an interview, they didn't answer the door or their phone. These are some of the claims they've made in other public forums. Multiple family members backed up the story in an initial police report we obtained. Angel says they heard the patter of multiple feet in the yard. They later heard footsteps on their roof. They saw one of the 8-foot-tall creatures climb behind the controls of a large front loader stored in the yard as if trying to engage it. He got a good look at one of the creatures, he said, a greenish-grayish being with large eyes and long legs. He says he could hear its deep breaths, and when he locked eyes, he was, in essence, frozen in place, couldn't move. In the middle of the yard, where the object had crashed, then vanished, a circular impression was left in the soil.
Okay, where is this on your property?
Metro sources say the police dispatcher initially wondered whether to send a crisis...
Here's the question, folks. Is it Robert Califf? Is that what they saw in the backyard? I don't know.
Possibly.
intervention team to help the troubled witness, but then took the incident seriously. 2 officers arrived 38 minutes after the call, and by then had heard from other officers. They proceeded cautiously and managed some nervous laughs.
I ain't dealing with that.
A few days later, the family says 2 Metro sergeants returned to the scene to ask follow-up questions. The family says they also saw men in suits and sunglasses driving in a car with government plates cruising slowly past the house in the following days. Nellis and Creech have denied any interest or involvement.
Here comes the man in black.
So we'll look into that too. We're not going to leave anything unanswered today.
With the incident, Metro has indicated they believe the family that something crashed in their yard. But what?
Someone else has access to it.
You mentioned, George, in that piece that, they were frozen because so many people have been critical of, like, why didn't they get their phone out? Why didn't they shoot the video? Do we know if there's even any video of this incident?
Yes and no. So there's a surveillance camera in the backyard. The property owner keeps that because he's got a lot of expensive equipment there. What we were told is that at the moment this thing comes down and crashed, this camera went out, and it was out for a couple of minutes. When it came back on, the object was gone, but the circle was there. We've been told by Angel in multiple phone conversations that he shot video of the creatures. We haven't seen it, and we don't know anybody else who's seen it yet, so maybe he'll release it at some point.
It's getting
okay.
Not so little green men if they're 9 foot tall.
Here we go in Australia. 2 weeks ago, same day.
Saw a craft. It was silent. It was hovering.
You can see like.
What? And here we have a whistleblower alleging that the United States government has a UFO retrieval program.
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
You're kidding.
No. When you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
What do you think, folks?
These are retrieving.
Roswell, ring any bells? Come on, man. There's got to be something out there. Got to be, man.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have a massive ego to think that we're the only ones in the galaxy that exist.
I mean, some of the stories are far-fetched. I don't think there might be something with advanced technology. They might not have a massive advanced technology. They might be just a few years ahead of us. You don't know. But I mean, some of the stories that you get are blown out. But I don't believe there's something out there. We kind of be the only thing that, the universe is literally endless. It's infinite. We're kind of be the only life and all that. Nah, not having it. Not having it.
So here's another thing to point out to you. There's wildfires going on right now in Quebec, right? 140 of them, uncontrolled wildfires. Why would they all start at the same time?
Good question. But were they started deliberately, or was it natural causes?
I don't know. We've definitely come across more questions than answers today.
That's how did they start? Was it an actual natural thing, or was it somebody an accident? Somebody's barbecue got out of hand, or whatever? You don't know.
140 separate wildfires all starting about the same time?
Yeah, it's weird. Weird.
Enough that the smoke enveloped New York City to the point where it was like not safe for you to go outside because of the smoke being so thick.
Yeah.
And these are happening in Quebec.
Military testing.
So I started looking into them, like, what's going on here? Well, guess what I did? I triggered Facebook's False information checked by independent fact checkers. Let's see the fact check. Well, what's this fact check? Video of Quebec wildfires starting at the same time does not prove that the fires were coordinated.
Really?
What? 140 wildfires coincidentally started at the same time on a clear day. Not lightning.
No storms, no lightning, no storms, nothing. That's more questions than answers, shall we say.
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Low pressure front right over top of it.
Yeah. What's the easiest way to attack America? Natural phenomenon. Just set a few fires in Canada and they can't breathe. Great.
No, we're just UFOs. That's all it takes. Distract us.
Yeah. I don't know. UFOs starting fires? I don't know.
Maybe one crashed.
Maybe 140
burned up in the
crashed.
atmosphere and broke into a bunch of pieces and all landed throughout all of Quebec like this? All the shattered pieces? Well, I don't know.
Maybe there was a squadron of 140 of them that all crashed. And there were only little UFOs. They weren't like the UFOs that we think that are big, huge things. Maybe it might have been only little
Well,
ones.
that guy's backyard wasn't that huge.
No.
I mean, yeah, it was long and he had room for, big RVs and stuff like that, but it was no bigger than your house.
Yeah, it's food for thought. Conspiracy theories written all over it. It is odd how 140 just started at the same time. Or there could be a meteor that burned through, because it's not a meteor that's burned through and blitzed up and landed, you don't know, do you? It'd be just a natural phenomenon of the meteor. Because we do get thousands of meteors landed on the planet.
So you get all these ones here, then you get ones over here, then you get ones over here, then you get ones over here. It's like, could be a meteor broke up. Well, I don't know. Somebody better get over there and investigate this.
Yep. And there
For
we
joining
have it.
us. Wildfires are raging across the country, and Quebec appears to be seeing the worst of it. More than 150 fires are burning in the province.
More commercials.
This is a camera lucida, and for the whole of the 19th century.
And Angela, a mandatory evacuation order was issued tonight in Chibougamau.
That's right, Maya. The city has declared a state of emergency, and with that, more than 7,000 residents have been ordered to leave their homes. In a Facebook post, the city says the SQ will patrol to secure the perimeter and Highway 167. For those who don't have vehicles, buses have been chartered, leaving from the local arena. The mayor told our colleagues at Nouveau Info she and her CEO will stay until the end to manage the evacuation like the captains of a ship. Now, around 45 minutes from there, the Cree village Ujibougamau is also under evacuation orders. Meanwhile, Quebec has called in reinforcements. 260 firefighters will be arriving in the coming days.
Canada's got a really bad wildfire problem, kind of like California. Every year. Yeah. And I've even seen, TV shows and stuff where they show that the firefighting aircraft that come in and, dump the fire retardant on the actively burning fires and trying to minimize it.
Well,
it's
we
not,
had one
something new that just all of a sudden started happening.
Well, like I say, we had one last year in the UK, wiped out a few houses down south. First one ever. Because
I saw a bunch of people on Reddit complaining. These are retired firefighters, forest fire, firefighters that are retired that offered to go and give them a help over there, but they just kept dismissing them and saying, "No, we got it handled."
Yeah, obviously not.
Obviously not.
Yeah.
But it just, I can't get over the fact it's like, they said we got 140 wildfires, so we got 169 firefighters to help fight it.
And her CEO will stay until the end to manage the evacuation like the captains of a ship. Now, around 45 minutes from there, the Cree village Ujabugamu is also under evacuation orders. Meanwhile, Quebec has called in reinforcements. 260 firefighters will be arriving in the coming.
260 firefighters to fight 140 fires? What?
Yeah, right.
And here we go with this whistleblower again, talking about recovered aliens.
Non-human origin, technical vehicles, no.
So here we have the New York Post that happily posted on there about these aliens, and now they're going to debunk it for us.
Kidding, non-human, exotic origin, vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
Let's dive into this one. So the quick version of this story is that an ex-military guy has come forward and spilled the beans about the government secretly hiding crashed UFOs and alien bodies. This person's name is David Grush, and it appears on paper he has quite the resume. But here are a few red flags with this story. Number 1, no evidence has been presented at all. Normally, this would be the beginning and the end of this video. No evidence at all has been presented of extraterrestrial UFOs, extraterrestrial bodies. And Mr. Grush claims he didn't actually see any of this stuff.
I love that. This is a fake
alien photo because a real alien photo has yet to be presented. I got one right here. And his head looks just like Dr. Robert Califf from the FDA. What the hell?
Submit it. You can help them out.
It looks just like him. I can't say that it's not a doctored photo, though. But it looks just like him. 10 feet tall. Banning vaping.
That's Photoshop the hell, that one.
Who? Nah.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
I don't own Photoshop. That costs too much money. Photopea is much more affordable. $50 a year, and I'm crying the blues because it went up 10 this year.
The internet, you don't pay for nothing. Shh.
Mallory says it's not good enough. I should have put a bow tie on it. Oh, I got to scroll down and look at all this chat I've been missing out on.
Antisocial, where did that vanishing fertilizer go? Yeah.
I should have added a bow tie. I'm sorry. Oh, click on the right screen.
Extraterrestrial UFOs, extraterrestrial bodies. And Mr. Grush claims he didn't actually see any of this stuff. He just heard that this stuff is true. Another red flag. Before Mr. Grush went to the media with this story, he had to clear with the Department of Defense what he could and couldn't say, because he did work in sensitive offices in the military. Things that are top secret, you can't just go out and tell everyone about. And so, as it's reported, he went to the Department of Defense to clear this. It's an office called the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review, or DOPSR. They review everything you want to say in a book, in an interview, whatever medium. And they say, no, you can't say this. This is top secret. That's what they do. This is top secret, can't share it. And it's reported that he went through this process. And they signed off on what he had to say. What does that mean? It means everything that he's saying in these interviews, the government doesn't consider it a secret. It doesn't consider it top secret. It doesn't consider it something.
I wonder if maybe the government told him to say that.
Exactly. That's probably the way it is. That's probably the exact way it was said. You can tell them this.
Let's muddy the waters. And, we can see that, Las Vegas had a UFO, and we can see that the UK had a UFO at the Airshow. And where's the one from Australia?
Like an outline of something. this shit?
Oh my goodness! Now we even got like mysterious music in the background. Is that supposed to make us believe it more? Or should we just...
Something they don't want revealed.
Question
Mr.
everything.
Grush is now a private citizen. He has the right to say whatever he wants. The Department of Defense is not going to dictate what kind of story.
Maybe that's who Biden has been talking to lately.
Yeah, he keeps muttering something. Brilliant. That's class.
Stories, this now private citizen.
Oh my goodness. All right. So I have a real UFO here, and I'm going to show you it landing. Okay, guys? I love to bring you guys the facts. Here's an actual UFO that landed at Tayab Airshow. You ready? I'll put the music back on.
That's a clip of Independence Day.
No, this is an actual UFO, and it landed at the air show.
A model.
No, it's an actual flying object with a pilot.
Holy shit.
Amazing how perspective matters. What do you think?
Yeah. It's a model?
It's an actual airplane.
Hey.
Not too shabby, huh?
That's clever. Very clever. Funny enough, when MacBook Air comes up.
All right. Like I like to always do, it's time to get back to the facts and back to nicotine, because nicotine is beneficial for people, especially if you have mild cognitive impairment that can be approved with nicotine. And I love the fact that, during this interview, he only mentioned the word COVID once, and now it's tagged for corrective information banner.
Really?
There are some anecdotal data out there on the potential role of nicotinic stimulation for behavioral disturbances or agitation. We have not specifically recruited patients in this study who have behavioral disturbances, but we are monitoring behavioral symptoms as the study progresses. And I think we'll be able to see some interesting data at the end of the study on whether there's any role of nicotinic systems on those symptoms as well. I should add one other sort of very interesting additional point about this study is one of the things that we're doing is working with some experts in pharmacokinetics of nicotine to actually look at metabolism genes and their potential role in the outcome of this study. So one of the things
Long story short, they did the study, and they did find definitive information showing that long-term nicotine patch usage does benefit people with mild cognitive impairment.
Wow.
And it's no surprise that there are people out there trying to deal with their long COVID, which has similar symptoms, and getting benefits from it to alleviate their symptoms. And hopefully these people can get the right help to return to their normal life.
Definitely.
But without a doubt, without any shadow of a doubt, National Health Service says using e-cigarettes to stop smoking is a good thing, and we're going to be promoting it. And everybody needs to understand how vaping can help you quit smoking. Because if we don't, well, this number is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Wow.
And like I said, the studies that they do this on, and they use these nicotine patches, these people don't become addicted. So is nicotine really that addictive?
But if you're on the other side of the coin, we as vapers put nicotine in our vape because that kind of helps keep off the cigarettes, but it's also obviously it's calming properties and all that. So is there an addict? Is it addictive if you vape it? Who's to say?
Well, fortunately, there is studies being done on that. University of Pennsylvania, I forget what the guy's name is, brain fart, but at my age, I mean, that's normal. They did a study and found that vaping nicotine is less addictive than smoking combustible cigarettes.
Oh, without a doubt, but to answer the question, is nicotine addictive? I mean, from my personal experience, I suppose, yes. I don't think I could vape 0 milligram vape. I need that bit of nicotine. So is that
I vape 0 milligram. I've tapered myself down at the beginning because I wanted to know if I could. And I did.
Well, I've tried
and
it.
I was a 0 milligram vapor for a while.
Yeah, I've tried it and it didn't work with me. I was getting more irritable and chaining. I was just chaining the thing to bits. So,
but the thing is, over a long period of time, you could taper it down. You could say, okay, well, for the next month, I'm going to be on 6. And then the month after that, I'm going to go to 5.
But yeah, I can see your side of the argument because obviously when I quit smoking, I was on like 28 milligram. And within 6 months, I was down to 3. So it's possible, isn't it?
But see, it's also different for us as smokers because for decades, we consume nicotine and we use that to deal with life. We incorporated that into our normal homeostasis, our normal way of dealing with shit in life.
Definitely.
Somebody really pisses you off or you get, upset about something. You go outside, you have a smoke break, you feel better, it relaxes you, calms you down, and you go back to your normal life. It was a coping mechanism for us. But for somebody that, is a teenager and picks up a vape, and we know that they're not using this like we use it instead of an actual cigarette, they're using it to try and get that buzz, to get that high. But you know what? They just stop using it, and guess what? In a matter of a week or two, they're back to normal. Your body adjusts and compensates. It is much easier to quit vaping than it is to quit smoking.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I do agree with that, definitely. But like you say, when people are getting that buzz off the batty buzz, they just get bored with it and move on to the next thing, don't they, really, when you think about it?
Yeah, that buzz is literally the fact that all of your nicotinic receptors in your body are saturated, and it's creating that whole sympathetic nervous system response in your body. And that's the part of the argument about nicotine's addictive purposes. Nicotine is actually in the tobacco plant to keep you from over consuming it.
Yeah, that's where you're coming up. Because like a difference, obviously, for a smoker, it stops you smoking. That's the aim of it. But for somebody who's never smoked and they're looking for that buzz, it's a total different scenario, isn't it? That's right.
And here's something else you could try. Here, I bet there's something you haven't tried. If you want to taper your nicotine down, improve, keep your mental health improved, well, switch your diet.
Oh, yeah.
There's more and more studies coming out saying that a Mediterranean diet literally de-ages your brain up to 9 months in this latest study.
That's just pretty common knowledge because everybody said it. You look at like some of the Mediterranean people and the diets they're on and the food they're eating, that they're living longer, they're living healthier lives, plus obviously the climate as well. The climate out there helps. 100% total difference, night and day. See, because you see them guys are eating more fresh food, the more, they live off the sea or they live off the land, more fresh, while us here in the West, and what all this crap we're eating, processed bullshit, That's why we're all fucked up. It's as simple as that.
And there you go. That's exactly what this study said.
Yeah.
Switching
Fresh
to a
food.
diet full of fresh veggies and low in processed foods could do wonders for your brain's biological age, according to this new research.
Definitely. It's definitely.
And they're not the only ones saying it. There's been multiple studies.
Yeah. But I've heard stuff in the past, definitely. I mean, like you see, the Mediterranean, like, the olives and olive oil and all that bullshit and all that crap they eat and all that stuff over there. It's just, it's fresh.
Yeah,
fresh
a couple
food.
years back, we switched to using olive oil to cook with because of, the things that were coming out in these studies.
Right, if the fat saturated, it's healthy saturated fats rather than the horrible saturated fats.
Yep.
I mean, even climates. I mean, like, my wife, a mum had a German mother, and a German mother had sisters who are now out in the States living in Florida. I think I mentioned to you before, they're not too far away from Cape Canaveral. She is now 95 years old, and she doesn't look it, just purely because of the climate they're living in, and they live off the sea. So there's, that's proof. It's living proof. 95, she doesn't look it. She looks about 60.
Yeah.
There you go. Total difference.
And once again, forgot about the music.
Rat race and rush. Yeah, the big rat race and the big rush of life. Everything's convenient. Everything's got to be done now, and fast paced, and eat quick and eat shit. And, we're all on the move.
Listen, last time I was in Europe, that is not how they live their life in Europe.
No. It's getting like that way here.
Especially to the south. When you go to the southern portions of Europe, I mean, I stayed within Hungary, but, the southern edges of Hungary, even the rural towns and stuff, life is so laid back over there. Technology hasn't overtaken every single person on the street corner.
Try London. Just sure find out. Absolutely.
Well, yeah,
crazy.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've been there. And, technology has a way of leveling the playing field across the entire planet. But
generally, it is. I'm going from obviously my life experiences in this country. When I was obviously younger, we didn't have the technology. Life was a slower pace. You cooked more fresh food because you had time to cook fresh food. Life was so much slower. Now it's just fucking 100 miles an hour, man. It's ridiculous.
I would love to do a study and say that the reason why we're cooking less fresh food now has nothing to do with time. Because I can make a fresh meal from scratch as quick as I can any boxed meal.
You probably can. Anybody probably could. But, people come in. The UK in a country has got the longest working hour day week in Europe. Our average working week's 45 to 50 hours. Europe are nowhere near that. That's where it is, It's all work and no play, man.
And nicotine is in your vegetables. Exactly. The whole nightshade family of vegetables out there.
I
think that might actually even be in my... No, I don't have that in the slideshow. I'll have to add that into there. I know I posted it on Twitter before.
Yeah, man.
As a rebuttal to a lot of things. They say there should be a complete ban on nicotine. There shouldn't be any nicotine in anybody's diet whatsoever.
Bollocks.
The tomato you ate was loaded with nicotine.
Exactly. And I'm loving it. It's a natural, that's what I'm saying. It's a natural thing that's in plants, whatever, in food. What are they talking about? You know what I mean? It's probably not that, it's not that substance. It might not be the nicotine. Like you see in a cigarette, it might not be the nicotine. It's a shit that add to it that causes the damage, not the actual nicotine. It's the crap we add to these things to either make you addicted to them or to make them taste better or to make them smell better or whatever. That's what fucks it up, not the actual ingredient.
That's something that I need to add. I'm going to pull that one up because I know I got that one. Crap. Let's not eat crap anymore.
Yeah. There you go. Nice one, William.
There you go.
I like that. I like that. That's a nice slogan. Yeah, we'll have to have that.
Stop eating crap. Crap is carbonated beverages, refined sugar, artificial foods, and processed foods.
Processed foods.
You want to improve your life? That's the best way to do it. After you quit smoking, you're like, how else can I improve my life? Well, here's step 2. Stop eating crap.
Nobody's telling you to be some kind of vegetarian or whatever. Not that I've got anything against, but nobody's expecting you to live a rigorous diet. Just eat more fresh food. Cut some of the shit out. It's not hard.
Yeah. And the best thing is you don't have to do a substitution all at once. All you have to do is add raw and natural foods to your diet. And eventually it'll push out all the crap.
Or if you're feeling really adventurous, grow your own. Then you know exactly where it's come from.
Yeah. And it's good exercise too. And it's better for your body too because you get out into the sunlight. As long as you limit your exposure so you don't get, sunburnt. Well, your body's going to create more vitamin D, which has already been proven scientifically to reduce depression and anxiety.
Yeah, vitamin D.
One of the first things that the doctor tried to do to treat my wife when she had a bout of depression and anxiety was give her vitamin D supplements.
Vitamin D.
Why are doctors not telling people to do the natural holistic therapies? Why is it always take this pill, take this pill? That's their only solution. Take this pill. Well, get out in the sun. Go camping. Get some fresh air. Go for a walk.
Funny enough, we had the conversation earlier on about the mental health here in the UK, how there's very little support, there's very little, whatever. All it is you go to your doctor, the doctor says, take these pills, see you later. That's our mental health service.
Thank you very much, because that's something I know that we ended up skipping over. I know it was on my list of things to cover today. So we're going to jump back over to this because we're going to take a look at mental health awareness. Prioritize safer alternative to smoking. Skip Murray wrote this article and it got published in Filter magazine because it was Mental Health Awareness Month. I didn't even realize that it was.
I did. I knew.
And we talked about that last week about how prevalent mental illness is in society and how few of the people that have it actually get treated for it.
Well, this is why you turn to these drugs and alcohol. That's your way of dealing with it when there's no professional help available.
Exactly. This is how we self-medicate to make ourselves feel better. That's why there's such an alcohol issue going on in society, because that's how people decouple from life and from stress.
Yeah.
And like all things, it can be overdone.
Definitely. These are our little escapes, isn't it, from the good old rat race?
Yep. So there'll be a link to this article as well in the description. But, mental health is an important thing for us to be able to deal with and see and treat and recognize the signs and symptoms of it. Reach out to friends and family that you haven't heard from in a while and make sure that they're okay. Loneliness is real for some people out there, especially when they get up in age. Reach out to your mother and father if you haven't heard from them in a while.
Just to answer William Dobson's question. Yeah. I think one of the lads, Grizzly, he's on the, or Grizz, they call him short, he's on the UK Vape show. He's one of the hosts on the UK Vape Show, Vape with Vic. I have streamed. I've been on stream live with them before. Yep, the Vape Misfits. Yep, I've been in touch with them guys. They're spot on.
So what are you vaping on today?
Oh,
Time for us to move on.
I've got a collection. Well, I've got the Chillin 3 on the V2, and on that one I've got Anarchy White.
Nice.
Flavors, obviously. That one's in there. In here, on the God, I forgot the name of it again. On me heavy hitter with me little Valhalla Mini, I've got me Macca's apple pie in here. And the reason I'm dripping this is because I dropped me bottle and my nib fell off. I lost my nib. Look, it's gone.
I've never had that happen to a bottle.
So I'm dripping it in here, my lovely Macca's apple pie. And
Hey folks, that means make sure you save one of your old bottles and have a spare nib laying around so you can take care of that.
And in me Drag S and me Vupu M Dura with this is the Juggernaut on both of these. I have got some egg custard. Egg custard is going on in there. Blah, blah. Come on, camera. Zoom in. There you go. Egg custard. I've got egg custard in there. That's what I'm on at the minute. Bit of a cocktail tonight, isn't it? Hey.
Fantastic.
I've got a cocktail going on the night.
I started the review because I finally got my hands on the Chillin 3. It finally arrived. So that's been popped open. And I threw that on the Jackaroo from Vandy Vape.
It hasn't took that long.
Matchy. No, it didn't take that long. I'm quite impressed. And I had the free shipping, and that came from Element Vape. And actually, they sent out a bunch of stickers. I got to cover the ending of it because people, aren't going to be able to figure out how that 3 letters are. But
you don't say that.
I was quite surprised how quickly it got here. My wife got her Max pods in. That's all she wants to use for the majority. It's a freaking Max pod. I got them things, and that's what she fell in love with. And short of, the disposables that she still uses once in a while, she uses her Max pod because she can put whatever she wants into it. Fortunately, that also means we can get to the Next Mesh Pro Tank because I finally got the rebuildable deck for that. So we'll put that on the schedule. Maybe we'll do that next week or something. But I'm quite enjoying this Chillin 3. You were right. It is pretty fantastic.
Awesome.
That honeycomb airflow did make a big difference. Matter of fact, it made such a difference on the initial vape with it that I had to create a new 60 ml bottle of my Hunky's Hawaiian Punch exclusively for the review of the Chillin V3. And the 30 ml bottle is just dwindled away. It's like there's hardly anything left in it.
Just gone.
Yeah. In addition to that, I've got my Dove Po Odin with the Arbiter on there. And that is the 3-banger custard I'm working my way through.
Oh, man. 3-banger custard. Holy shit.
Frick, is that a beautiful custard. And I resurrected my Freemax device. I only got like 2 coils left for this.
Wow. Freemax, the good stuff. They did some good stuff, Freemax.
This is the Maxis Max by Freemax.
Yeah.
And holy cow, is that a beautiful, flavorful vape.
Done some fantastic stuff then. Even the twister that they're doing that, I thought that was still a decent device. really good.
Matter of fact, on the side, I still have the Maxis Solo.
Holy moly.
And
Oh,
the
look at
silver
the
play
sparkly
that we
light.
built, I'm actually using that silver play on here. It's not too shabby.
You've got spangly light mod again, haven't you? You've got a spangly light mod.
Yep. And I was cleaning off the table, so I had to also pull these off the table to get them used up. You got the Zelos kit, and then we got the Arbiter Solo.
I'm still dabbling in this custard as well. This King's custard that you made. I don't want to use it all. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to save it.
You have to make your own, buddy.
I'm trying to save it. Actually, then I was thinking, Vic has got a company making his juice range commercially, and I was thinking of buying them and doing a review on them, see if they're what they're like compared to the
Get off
Brew.
your arse and go order some.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a look at that. Full range as well, so I was thinking of having a look at that.
You're out humping
Just
every
see-
day for Amazon, so now you can afford it.
The thing is, though, the thing I'm thinking of is with it being commercial, have the hammered it with sweetener. Because Vic doesn't like to use too much, does he?
Only way to find out is to actually taste it. That's the reason I ordered this, Kylan. You kept talking about how good it was, how good it was. I'm like, listen, I got to put aside my initial conception of, what this is going to be like and actually try it for myself. And I don't know. Do you think I like it?
I would say so. I mean, I'm just going, like I said, the airflow is of my experience of the way I vape. I think it's in between the two arbiters, or pretty, a little bit more. Some other people might not agree. I mean, like I said,
I agree with you. My wife doesn't.
some people have said it's a spongy air vape. I think it was Legion one. He said sponge. I don't get.
I don't get spongy out of it.
But it depends on your personal vape and how you vape. Like I said, some people like a nice deep breath. Some people just like a short. It depends.
My wife is a very slow vapor, kind of like Steve, and she said that this is more restrictive than her Arbiter 2.
I don't think so. I don't think there's a lot between them, mind. It's not night and day.
No.
It's not a lot.
You really have to think and concentrate, and I found myself doing that. I'm like,
it's not massively different. I'll give it that, but I think it's a little bit more.
And the difference between the Arbiter 1 and the Arbiter 2 are very, very fine and very minuscule as well.
Yeah, they're all very close together, but I think it's just a little bit more, a bit tad more.
I agree with you. I do think it's more than the 2, and I think it's less than the Arbiter 1.
Just because of that obviously that domed airflow in the bottom, that bottom airflow bit, that's the bit that's obviously giving you that.
Plus the sides. The sides have those honeycomb airflows, and they made the smaller holes than what they did on the previous version. The previous version had slots in the bottom. You could literally breathe through the thing.
Yeah, that's right.
And on this one, just like the base of this one is, you've got the post legs that stick up, and you have, the slot restriction coming through the side, but the underside is all big open on this one. So you definitely get more airflow with this one, but it's still a controlled airflow.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean,
this is way more controlled than that is, and way more controlled than I think the Arbiter 2.
Yeah, they've obviously tightened it up a bit compared to the older stuff, but to me, it's absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot for my vaping, for my type of vaping. It's pretty much spot on.
You can tell that this came out in 2023.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it.
Definitely.
And like I was telling you before we started the show today, I wish I had the Blaze to compare this to, because that's the only thing that's come out recently that should be able to compete with this.
I think I've got it. I'm sure I've got the blaze, you know. I'm positive I have. I never thought of comparing them. I'll dig into it for next week. I'll have a see if I've got the blaze kit. I'm sure I've got the blaze kicking about. Positive I have. I think I only got it a few months ago. Absolutely positive I've got that. But I do like the stuff Mike Vapes comes out with, because he's got a similar vaping style to me. You know, he likes that bit restrictive. You know, we're pretty similar in my vaping style, so that's why I like his stuff.
I like a lot more airflow than what the Mike Vapes likes in his stuff. A lot of the ones that he's put out, that's been my biggest con for me personally, is it doesn't have enough airflow. It's like Bogan's Blotto. The Blotto's got too much restriction.
I used to like really airy tanks, but I've just kind of niched it too now. But obviously, big airy tanks will give you a load of cloud, but obviously you may lose a little bit of flavor. But as you condense it down, you get a bit. I think I'm more of a flavor tank now rather than a cloud chaser tank, what I used to be. Used to be into the
and
clouds,
I find myself following that same path because, like in this one, the coil that I have left that I've been using that I put off is the tri-core. It's got 3 mesh cores inside there, so the airflow is restricted from what you get in the single coil. Right. But it's a beautiful, enjoyable vape, and it's so damn flavorful right from the get-go. I can't believe how good of a recipe this thing turned out.
I think it's another like pace of where vaping's moved. Like, you see, everybody got the big tanks, the big airflow, and they were just chucking clouds. Flavor had fuck all to do with it in the early days. Like, who knew the biggest cloud? You know, that was what's for a ball.
Everything's got wonderful flavor nowadays. This thing right here doesn't have enough airflow for me. No. I couldn't use this exclusively, but it's still something that I don't mind picking up and using once in a while.
Definitely, yeah, without a doubt.
That's just like the Arbiter Solo. You know, it's got only this airflow that you see on the one side. But that Miyogi's Cappuccino in here, holy crap, is that a beautiful vaping out of this.
Now and then use me OBS tank. That was one of the early top airflow ones. That still stands toe to toe with some of the modern stuff, because the coils were slung underneath. You hung your coils from the deck, and the flavor of it's phenomenal. Still is.
Yeah, but I'm getting like you. I like, as time has gone on, I'm liking a little bit more restriction to my airflow.
Yeah. William Dobson's obviously commented. He says put a set of 3.5 milli coils in, and underneath that he's put it's all air pressure in the holes or small near the center of the coil. You get a lot more flavor. The Kylan 3 has the holes right underneath. Bottom airflow, I've always said that bottom airflow wins every time, because you just
bottom and side airflow.
Yeah. Even bottom,
so you're literally surrounding the coil. That's what Bogan's Blotto advertised. 270-degree airflow. It's just too restrictive for me.
That's bottom airflow, and it's one of the best flavor. That's one of the best RDAs I'll ever come across. Bottom airflow. No side, bottom, and it works. Fantastic.
Yeah, I did see the Freemax did put a Maxxis 2 out, and I haven't got it. They never got a hold of me to look at one, and I haven't seen one in the shops when I place my orders.
Even the 40mm version of this has still got damn decent flavor because of the bottom airflow. It's as simple as that. They've got big air. They've got big, open, massive, huge airflow holes on the deck, but they put the honeycomb on the side, so that's where your restrictiveness is coming. But the air underneath, phenomenal. Honestly, these things are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Probably the best RDA I've ever had, ever.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I want to know why these big manufacturers aren't selling cotton for their rewickables, especially Freemax with their T-fiber cotton. If they came out with a shoelace that was a T-fiber cotton formulation, holy crap, would that change things for a lot of builders out there?
Without a doubt, definitely.
And that's like, you know, a long time ago, I saw Vic talk about Oxfa was going to be selling coils, just like they include in their Arbiter kits or in their stock, you know, rebuildable kits. They were going to sell replaceable coils that you could use to replace them. So you get the original manufacturer's coils that came with your tank. But I haven't seen anybody have them. I've searched UK websites. I've searched, sites here in the States. I've searched in the Philippines. I can't find anybody selling the stock coils from the manufacturers that we got our tanks from. The only one that I was able to do that with was the Mongrel. Mongrel, you can buy the stock coils that came with your Mongrel because they have that special bend and the special light placement.
Yeah.
So you literally, open the screws, twist it in, tighten them down, snip, snip, done.
I think with a lot of them, RTAs and everything, if it's a rebuildable, then they'll give you a set of coils, and that'll be it. You know what I mean? Just
That's it.
Do your own. That's it. That's the
That's
way to
it.
do it. I mean, yeah. And I think that's not just Oxford. That's across the board. Everybody. They'll give you a set of coils. Obviously, some still don't, but they'll give you a set of coils to get you up and running. Basically, some are good, some are crap. It's a look at the draw, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Vandy Vape, the coils that they put in here, that's something else I noticed, right? Because I'm the kind of person, when I do a review, I'll do the initial recording of the review myself and my experience with it initially. And then I'm going to go and watch if anybody's posted a video on it. I want to see what their opinions are. I think you're the only person that used the stock coils to do the review on that Kylan 3.
Yep.
Why? I think the majority of people out there are going to do the original stock coils when they buy a rebuildable.
I tend to
They're
do
not going to
that
start
with
farting around with different kinds of coils.
Yeah. Whatever comes in that box, I'll review the lot. Whether the coils are there, I'll use the coils. That's the whole point.
I'm the same way. I'm going to use whatever coils they provide with the tank.
Yeah.
And then later on, if I'm not happy with it, I'll go use Timmy's coils or whoever's coils in them.
Yeah. And I'll do everything by the book with them. I'll even cut the leg length to the recommended length. I'll do everything by their book to review it from their stuff. Like I said, the Kylan, 7 mil for the legs? Do you find that all right? Or I went
That
6.
seems like it's going to be a lot longer than what you think it is until you put it in there. Then it's like, well, it seems to work really good. The flavor's fantastic. I got no complaints about it. When these coils go bad, which would probably be a long time, I'll try different lengths and different heights and different coils.
This is what I'm saying. When I've done the original review with the original coils, I cut them at 7 mil, and they were brilliant, absolutely spot on. Then I put some staggered staple fused claptons in, 7 mil. They were awful. I dropped them down.
That's amazing.
It was awful.
But see, that also has to do with the fact that when you use your complex coils, your staggered staple fused claptons, they're going to be thicker than the stock coils that came that are just a fused clapton coil.
Hence bringing them down.
Hence, you need to bring the complex coils down to bring them in line with the airflow that you were getting with the original plain Clapton coils. And it's amazing. 1 mil of difference makes such a huge change in flavor.
It does, because I did try them at 7 mil. The flavor was there, but it was very muted. The original coils that came with it were giving better flavor than these other coils I put in. I'm thinking, nah, something wrong here. It was just, like you say, the size of the coil, the thickness, whatever. As soon as you drop that, it took about, I think it was 6. I tried 5, did a bit, but when I went to 6, that was the sweet spot, and honestly, unbelievable.
And that's literally the thickness of the coil difference between the original stock and what you put in as complex. It's just 1 mil difference to bring it back against the deck and against that airflow design that they created with that dome.
I mean, like I say, you've got to. I found I had to have a little bit of play with the positioning at first with the coils, but once you kind of get roughly right up, and you know, and you just know as soon as you vape it.
Listen, I got such good, fantastic flavor from the original stock coils when I first built this thing and put this thing, when I did the recording for it. I legit said, I need to mix up a 60 ml bottle with 3 milligram instead of the 6, because I literally got a buzz off the first drag of this device. Brilliant. I've been rocking this coil in here for months. And every week or two, I clean the thing out, dry burn them, redo them and stuff. So to get one that was a brand new coil, the flavor was just astronomical.
Yeah.
It is just as good as this one that I just loaded up today. Brand new coil.
The coils it came with were surprisingly good. For obviously just being something that chuck in, they were very surprisingly good. I was well impressed with it all round. Absolutely loved it.
And the thing that surprises me is why don't manufacturers, when they put these RTAs out, put the best coil in? The cost difference for them is maybe 1-2 cents per product they sell. I've had some, RTAs that people put out there, and the coils were shit. As soon as you dry burn them, they were a gray color. It's like, what? They never got that colored look to them. It just straight went to an instant gray look, and it's just like, is this Canthol that's been overheated?
Yeah.
Why is it gray?
Yeah.
I burned it once. Looks like, this is like my 40th time dry burning the coils, trying to get one more refill out of it.
Yeah, I'm well impressed on all round. I've been a fan of the Kylins anyway. I've got the 1, the 2. I thought they were good tanks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great. He's run away.
Yeah.
He's run away, folks.
Because I didn't want you to have to look at my ugly fat ass when I turn around to go get the rest of the Kylins.
There you go.
And since I ripped Smo-On apart, I yanked out my Smo-On taggers because, ironically enough, all my Kylins were already on that mod.
Holy shit. Matchy, moddy.
Yeah, because here's the Kylin 2. And the airflow on this Kylin 2, I'm going to have to yank those coils out of there to show it when I do the review. But it is a drastic difference from what the Kylin 3 is.
Yeah.
Massive difference.
You can see that they're kind of like redesigned it. They haven't just choked something out for the sake of choking it out, it's been a while since they've last released, a Kylin mod, tank, sorry.
Massive difference.
And they've been doing their research, haven't they?
Yes, they have. And you can see where they started from. This is the mini V2.
Yeah.
See how they have the airflow and it's just kind of going all the way around? They're trying to do the whole Bogan thing of, 270 degree airflow. And this one isn't as good as the Kylin 3. It's pretty damn close. And if you look at the inside of the tank, it looks almost identical to the Kylin 3.
To me, the top end hasn't really changed that much. I wouldn't have said. It's pretty, you can see it's a Kylin. You just look at it, it's a Kylin.
But the size is massively different, in my opinion, compared to some of the other stuff I've seen. It doesn't look that much different, but when you have those chambers and the airflow openings, and each of them have another millimeter diameter all the way around it, that's a massive difference in airflow.
Yeah, it is.
And the Kylin 3 is definitely better than the Kylin Mini V2. Has similar airflow design. Way better. Definitely better than the Kylin 2.
Definitely.
The only one that comes close is the Kylin M. This produces such a wet, saturated vape. I don't get that same wetness out of the stock coil.
Yeah, obviously that's a mesh, isn't it? You're always going to get that out of a mesh.
It is pretty damn close, though.
Yeah.
Like if you did a shit job wicking this one, the mesh one, this would produce a wetter, saturated vape than the mesh one. But you were right, man. I have no regrets whatsoever of buying this.
Truly, man. Take it from the man who knows.
I'm not convinced yet that it's actually blown away the Arbiter, the original Arbiter, though. For me.
Yeah, I kind of think you're setting your ways with that, though.
Only because of the way I vape. It's the way that I prefer to have a less restrictive airflow.
I think
This one, the airflow is very restricted. Like if you put it up to a machine, a vacuum machine that pulled a certain amount of airflow through with each breath, this is very tightly controlled on how much airflow. If you tried to speed that machine up, it would limit on how much airflow it could put out.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Whereas this one has much more adaptability to breathing slow or breathing fast, breathing easy versus breathing hard.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that it's just wide open on the bottom and you get this narrow restriction on the side. And
I just think that's the way, like, a lot of these.
That's a matter of preference
now,
though.
but they're heading for that, like, restrictive airflow, because obviously you're getting more flavor as well. I think that's what they're heading towards now.
You have to control the airflow. If you're going to put something out that you can do as a single coil or a dual coil, you can't just give it massive airflow because you won't get any flavor whatsoever.
No, true.
And I think they damn well nailed the restriction you need to be able to do it. And I'm curious to see what this is going to taste like with a single coil in it. I'm going to put a big fat 4mm coil in here and see what it tastes like.
You'll get more airflow because obviously you've got one coil in. You do get more airflow.
Oh, yeah.
Out the two, I prefer dual. I think the dual nudges it, but the single's still nice. I put a 4.5, was it 4.5? I think I squeezed in.
Yeah.
I've just done that to see how big I could go. You could probably go bigger because there's loads of, absolutely loads.
Did you notice any change in the airflow? Was it less restricted or it had the same restriction?
No, you've got a bit more because obviously you've just got one coil in the middle, so you've got a bigger gap now either side where the walls are, where the sides of the airflow are. So you've got the bigger gaps, so there's much more air comes through. Plus,
that's going to be really interesting to see if I can get the same airflow out of a single 4mm coil in this as I do out of the Arbiter with dual coils.
And plus the flavor is still good because that single coil is sitting right bang above that airflow now. So it's sitting, you're getting all up underneath. So it's pretty good. I still prefer dual, but it's good. It's still good in single. Absolutely lovely.
I'm trying to picture if they've got it this good now, how much better can it possibly be? Can they make any improvements that we haven't seen yet that in 5 years are going to give us something dramatically different? 5 years from now, we're going to be able to look back and go, this is as good as it got. And everything else after that was just as good as this.
Well,
no better.
That's my point. It's getting, with the stuff that's coming out now, it's getting very hard to find any negatives with them. And most of them are down to the reviewer, whether they personally don't like, I don't know, the colour of the fucking drip tip or whatever. The niddly things, they're not major. You know what they used to be? You know, like you can review an old tank in 2015, it would just be too airy, no flavour, rubbish. Now it's so difficult. It's getting harder and harder because the stuff.
Kind of like this one.
That's good. Yeah, everything's not good.
I really had to think about this one when I did the review on it. And this was an obvious one. The airflow, just being on-off switch, that was pretty obvious for me. The fact that, most of the time when I picked it up, I tilted it the wrong way from what the card said you had to. And if it's less than half a tank full, you're going to dry burn your coil without running out of e-liquid.
Yeah.
Those were two easy things to pick apart. But other than that, like if I would be able to quit smoking with this. If this is the only thing that was available on the market and this was sold with a good juice that I enjoyed the flavor, I could quit smoking with this.
I've noticed that in the past with devices, like you say, if they've got that, they've got your mouthpiece either one side or the other side, you've got to tip it. It's a bit like the RDTAs, you know what I mean? When you've got your wicks down, you've got to tip it to the wick. They're gone off the same principle as that, aren't they?
And as dark as this is, you guys can't really see it. There's no point in me holding it up to the camera. But this is down to half a tank. When I tilt it this way, the juice completely immerses the coil.
Yeah.
But if I do it the other way, well, only the bottom of the coil is actually covered in juice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, couldn't you have a little well where the coil was? So that if you tilt it either way, it didn't matter?
Just put the mouthpiece
that's nitpicking at this point.
Yeah.
We're literally just nitpicking.
Yeah, pretty much what we're down to, you know, because it's getting that difficult. Like I say, most of the flavors now are just unbelievable.
It's fantastic.
You know, out of this world, the flavors. And I've also noticed, like, especially with the Kylan V3, the ease of build now. You can actually build this stuff and wick this stuff pretty easy now. There's nothing too complicated like there used to be.
Yeah, like when we had to try and twist the leg all the way around the screw to get it to stay.
Yep. This Porceless deck has just come on in leaps and bounds. Drop them in, bang, job done. Absolutely brilliant.
Yep. And that's what I loved about the Arbiter is you drop them through. You didn't even have to cut them. Drop them through, hold it in the right position for the height that you want, tighten your screws, pull your rod out, snip them off, and you're done.
Exactly. Simple stuff. Brilliant, man. Brilliant.
Yep.
And so you can see it's how much further can you go with it? How far can you push it?
They're going to keep trying, and we're going to keep buying, and we're going to keep hoping that they can do a little bit better, just a little bit better, just a little bit better.
You've had
Could we survive with what's already out on the market? Maybe.
Easy. Yeah, easy. Like I said, they've had the wattage race. That one's been and gone. Now I think it's more down to airflow. I think
it'd be really nice. They started to go down this path, but then diverged away from it when they had smock compatible coils. Because Smock was selling so many of them and coming out with so many different new ones, and all the Smock stuff was compatible with Smock stuff. All the competitors started coming out with stuff that was Smock compatible. So if you couldn't get, I don't even know what the brand name is anymore because it's been so long since I used it. But if you couldn't get their coils, well, you just go get a Smock coil and it would fit right in your tank and you could keep using it.
Yeah.
They need to do that now with the vaping industry. You need to come up with like 5 standard sizes of coils. Standard dimensions for, the seals and for the height and the width.
They definitely should do, because I've got tanks up there that pretty much need thrown in the bin because you can't get coils for them anymore. Can't get stock coils for them no more. So they pretty much just need thrown in the bin. Can't use them no more. Can't get the coils no more for them.
It would be fantastic if you could get standardized coils through all your stuff.
Yeah.
It would make it easier on the shops. It would make it easier on the distribution system and make it easier to get FDA authorization. Not that they're actually going to authorize anything, but in the UK, they talked about doing a pharmaceutical model for, handing out these vapes and stuff. That would be a possibility if they standardize everything in them.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt.
But
definitely.
Be like our modern cars. All right.
Exactly.
Retro vape time.
Retro vape. I need.
A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, OBS decided to come out with a cube fingerprint kit. Pretty amazing. Taking the same technology that we use with our phones to easily unlock them and throwing it into our vaping devices. And this could have been something that would have been widely adopted to prevent teen misuse of devices, although let's be realistic. I don't know any teenager that's walking around with a full-size mod and tank, let alone a rebuildable one. They're definitely not walking around with open tank vaping systems. Pod systems? Man, that might be a different story. But it was a great idea. For those people that have young children at home, you could buy something like this and know that if your kid did get a hold of it, if you did accidentally leave it on the end table or something, the kid wouldn't be able to use it. And I understand why Canada has instituted child-proof packaging and child-proof tank design to prevent anything coming out of your tank once it's fully set up. How about this? When is the last time that you've seen a user manual that is legit like a book? Most of them are just fold out into this big poster, and the actual amount of information you need is basically contained within one page. Multiple languages. But for something that's technologically advanced as this, where you've got fingerprint recognition and you're going to have to program your fingerprint into it, you kind of need that kind of information for the end user. It's a beautiful design. Got buttons on the side. That's unusual. Nice shiny fingerprint magnet for the screen, I imagine. It's not going to take very long for that to get up there. But you got a fingerprint sensor right in the button. Makes perfect sense to me. Nice C-frame design.
My apologies.
No worries, mate.
I think we should have a poll.
Okay.
Should Alex make slightly longer bumpers so we can go to the toilet?
Make a loo bumper.
Yeah, a loop. That's a brilliant idea. Yeah. You can see how you do that. Little boy peeing in a pot or something. I don't know. That'll be a good one.
Hepatic feedback. That's interesting. I go to push the button and obviously it says check atomizer, but it also gives you that hepatic feedback like you have from your phone.
What we're looking at, sir, just remind me.
We are looking at the OBS Cube fingerprint kit.
Ah, OBS. So nobody good stuff off there. Like I say, I forgot the OBS.
It's actually the first OBS product I've opened. I've only got about 3 or 4 of them in inventory.
There's a surprise.
But look at that, buttons on the side.
Actually, that was quite popular in its day, the Cube. I'm not sure about the touchy one, but the Cube was quite popular in its day.
It's kind of small for my preferences, but I mean, I got a big fat hand, so this was probably a nice dainty for the wife.
That's something I think was one of the features of it, with its daintiness.
Yep. But because it's small, I mean, it's not something that's going to easily tip over. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's
for
all
something
right.
with a weird round C-frame design like that. Also in the package, you get your tank. You get your spare coil. Bubble glass.
Bubble glass.
And it's bubble glass already on there. So that's fantastic to include a spare glass. I wish all vape kits, all vape tanks came with a spare glass. Because that, like a fat one. If you're going to get a fat one, get a fat replacement. I don't see the point in having a freaking straight-sided glass.
Well, TPD, innit? For us folks over here.
Yeah, for TPD
That's
compliance, you need to have it. Or
Yeah.
throw a silicone bung in there.
Yeah.
You guys have been getting away with that trick for a long time.
Oh, yes. Well, they just send the bubble glass as a separate item, as an accessory. No, that's the loopholes.
0.2 ohms for this coil that came stock in there. Beautiful threading on there. It's not stuck like you would expect it to be. And that is a beautiful mesh. Look at that. That's going to be
Spot on, yeah.
fantastic flavor. Wow.
Oh yeah, stuff wasn't
Spare
good.
coil?
Like I say, mine was the tank I was talking about was the engine. I had the engine too. It's the OBS engine too. That was the one I was thinking of. Absolutely cracking RDA.
So the spare coil is the same 0.2 millimeters, 50 to 80 watts, best 65 to 75.
Yeah.
I love it when they keep it simple like this, you know? You have faith and confidence that you're going to end up with a very good vape when you come and open your package up and find out that the spare coil is the same as the one that's in the tank.
It's simple, it's sweet, honestly, short, sweet, and simple. Best way to be.
And I probably don't need to look in here. It's probably just a USB cable.
More than likely.
And that's what it is. USB-C. That's a decent sized cable. Assuming it's not just excess insulation.
Has that one got the inbuilt battery, or is it...
Nope. 18650.
18650, that's it, that's remember. I don't think they were a thing then, actually, when them were around. Or they weren't very popular. Or as much a thing as they are now.
Yep. And inside there, I've got this Home Alone.
Home Alone, I love it. Home Alone.
19.6 amps max for the Home Alone. You want more than that? Get the Homeworks. All right. I'm going to use that same Hawaiian Punch in here since I'm on a roll with this. I really have loved this thing.
Yeah, I like it, don't you?
It's the first one that I would be confident handing it to anybody and saying, trying this. If you like, pineapple or Hawaiian Punch or anything of that nature, flavor-wise, you're going to love this. It's a beautiful, saturated, punch. You kind of get pineapple as the forefront, heavy dominant note, but then there's so many juicy aspects to this that it's like nothing else really stands out. It's definitely not a pineapple juice. It's more of a fruit punch.
Yeah.
And I think the best thing I ever did was add cranberry to that recipe to give it that little tartness and bring all the sweetness back down to a manageable.
Oh, yeah.
How about the top? What's this top feel like? Quarter turn. Well, that's not too shabby.
You've got to remember, what was that, OBS? When was that brought out?
You can literally watch the coil get saturated. Look at that.
Cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are they still going OBS? I've never heard them do anything for a long time.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, be gentle
awesome.
with breaking her in. Be gentle with a breaking her in. Be gentle with that. Excuse me.
See, that's a common thing that hasn't I caught on. There's a lot of them that have this clear silicone ring.
Yeah.
If you don't pay attention, it's not that they're giving you extra silicone. It fell off of the coil in the packaging.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to flood your tank, you got to work that way back down there.
Yeah, just double check it before you put it in. But yeah. I was never a fan of them.
OBS M1.
I think they were a decent coil because, I mean, look at the size of them holes, you know what I mean? The saturation holes are massive on the side.
Oh, yeah, we watched how quickly this already saturated the juice up on there. I didn't need to put any drops of stuff on there.
Yeah, the holes are massive on it.
and the cotton's not so densely packed that it won't absorb the juice easily, and the beautiful mesh design in there, I expect this to be a beautiful in flavor.
I'd be surprised if it's not.
That makes two of us. 65 watts. I think that's going to be enough saturation time. We're going to take the chance and we're going to jump right into it.
I like your style.
Check your airflow before you take your first drag, or you're going to find it's very restrictive because, well, when you screwed that thing down, I'm like, man, that's a warm vape.
I think the airflow should be RE for you, like, because it was pretty open in them days.
It's almost a little too open.
Yeah.
And it has that raw cotton flavor that you get sometimes with rebuildables when you rewick them.
Yeah.
It's not that it's got a specific off note. It's just that bland cotton flavor.
Maybe it does need a little bit of soak time after all, you know what I mean? Just to let it get absolutely saturated, you know?
Here, what, a second drag? And I'm already starting to get more flavor?
Yeah.
I'm impressed with how that liquid is turning out. I've tried it, half a dozen different tanks so far. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
More flavor, more saturated vape.
It's starting to come through now. Tell by your face.
I'm getting the flavor out of it. Not quite as sweet as it is in the other tank. It's not muted at all. It's just not as potent flavor-wise. Let me cut it down just a hair. Just like smoke. Running smoke tanks wide open, you're not going to get as much flavor as if you just turn it down just a little bit.
Yeah.
Put aside your request for more airflow, and you can get the flavor up to a respectable level.
Time down a bit. You never know. Might need a little bit of breaking time. Maybe see it. Maybe vape that tank, give another tank down it. Might improve and get altogether. Some of them did. Some of the older stuff was like that. You had to vape a tank full before you got the full
flavor out of it.
Out of what yeah,
because you don't know what the manufacturing process is. How did they place that mesh inside this coil? Was there somebody with a gloved hand that literally wrapped that coil around a rod and wick and then put that into the press to push that coil in?
Like I said, I always find the
it's a beautiful
OBS
vape.
Pretty decent. The OBS stuff.
I would definitely not be upset or disappointed if I bought this thing in a store and brought this home as my starter kit to quit smoking. They talked me into an actual starter kit. And it's a beautiful, dainty little modern tank.
Cracking little looking thing in it. Lovely. Good old OBS, man. They were good in the day, man. I'm telling you, they were alright in the day.
It's going to take a little while to get used to this cap, though.
The
old chuff cap.
Yeah, the drip tips.
Never been a fan of the chuff caps.
Nah, they were coned, weren't they? Like, you feel like you're swallowing the whole tank, wouldn't you? Oh.
Well, it feel like you're swallowing something. But it's a beautiful, fine, misted vape. Space Turtle, hello and welcome. Who else did I miss? Michelle Elliott. Hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Very enjoyable. Quite impressed with that.
Andy Social's been asking if there is any Canadian mixers on here. If you've got a question, Andy, we might try and our best to answer it for you.
Dave has offered to come on the stream with us. He's a Canadian mixer.
Yeah.
But he's only available in the evenings. He won't be getting home from work for another half hour. So
27. That's not that. It's not that late here.
we're at 3.5 hours.
And
not complaining. I'm just saying we would be streaming for 4 hours before he would even get out of work.
So I'm saying, when has time ever been an issue for us?
By the time he got home and got his camera set up and got on the meeting, it'd probably be 5 hours into the stream.
Yeah.
Although I've been talking about wanting to do an evening stream, this is something I do want to do full time. I don't expect to make a living off of it, but it'd be nice to at least make something once in a while off of it. And like I said before, I have yet to reach the $100 threshold for Google to pay out. Every week it's just like, or every month, it's not week, it's monthly. It's like, I'm $1.50 closer, I'm $1.60 closer. It's like, when am I going to be one super chat away from actually getting a payout from Google? 3 years on YouTube.
And even then they'll tax it or take that cut. You know
They've already been taxing it. That's
Yeah.
why it hasn't reached the $100 payout mark, because they keep collecting the taxes and keep sitting on that. It's
Why
like,
does that not surprise
am I earning
me, eh?
interest on that tax you collected from last year?
Nope. That's in their pockets, that mean. Not you. You get the scraps, they get the profit. Honestly.
Yeah, they would rather I buy some Google or Alphabet stock and, make my dividend share from them that way.
Well,
But you know what?
That's probably the only way.
I'm sorry, but we vape, we vote. Our lives matter more to me than any monetary income that I could make from doing this.
It's like I've said from day one. I do it because I enjoy it. Anything else is a bonus.
Yes.
If I suddenly go mad and I hit 20,000 subs, brilliant. Bonus. Absolutely love it. But
And the best feeling you get is when somebody leaves you a comment and said, listen, man, I took your advice. I went out and bought this and I was able to quit smoking because of it. Or even I get satisfaction out of people saying, listen, I'm a dual user now. I smoked for the last, 20 years or whatever, and now I'm dual using. I'm trying to find the best thing out there to help me fully quit.
even just a general
You'll get there.
response, just even a general response in your comments, like if somebody asks you a question, something you answer, it's so rewarding.
Yes, it's very rewarding to answer people's questions and save them, the opportunity or the headache or, yeah. That's why we do this.
I say anything else is a bonus. I know I'll never make money out of it, and that's never ever going to happen. Not in the vape scene anyway.
No.
Never going to happen. But it's part of the vape community. We do it because we enjoy it. We do it because if we can, we want to help people quit smoking, or if we can help people make vaping cheaper by making your own. All that kind of stuff.
That's why I've spent the last 3 weeks, rather than working on trying to make more changes and more improvements on here, let this settle down into, okay, everything's working properly. I literally did find some notes from a while back that I'm like, listen, there's this, you got to fix this, you got to fix this, minor tweaks that I need to make. And I actually went back and added timestamps to the previous episodes of the videos. Literally, I mean, I've spent 20, 30 hours each week the past 3 weeks going through rewatching the old stuff and adding the timestamps, adding the actual links to the recipes to let you guys if you decide to someday sit there and listen to it and go, wow, that recipe sounds good, you know, where do I go to mix it? How do I go to mix it? Go right to the description. There's a link right there. It'll take you right to ELR, and you can make up your own recipes. Make your own version of it.
Sometimes like leaving links is a grey area with YouTube, isn't it? That's the only thing, you know, the buggers for it.
You can't leave links for the tanks or the equipment, but you know what?
No.
It's just a recipe. You have to choose to add nicotine into your e-liquid. It's not part of the recipe. It's not part of the website. The website doesn't sell anything. So guess what?
Yeah.
I'm going to drop the link in there. I have no problem stepping on the third rail like we did today, talking about UFOs and talking about the nicotine test for people with long COVID.
Well, why
and
not?
saying, listen, if you can't do the nicotine test because you can't stand the reaction of a patch on your skin, I feel for you, because when I tried to quit smoking numerous times, the doctor said, use this patch, use this patch. I'm like, dude, every time I put one on my arm, it turns fucking red. And I feel like, you know, I'm getting ready to start to glow like you know, putting a nuclear patch on my arm or something. And they're like, it's better than smoking. It's better than smoking. Take a Benadryl if you have an allergic reaction.
The worst thing I ever tried was Champix. Oh my God, I was ill.
Oh, the dreams.
The Champix tablet. Oh, Jesus Christ, I was ill. You were too ill to smoke. I think that was the whole idea. It made you ill, so you couldn't be asked to have a tab.
How about the dreams you used to have at night?
Oh, what?
The vivid dreams.
Fucking right.
Out of this world dreams. Like I abhor watching horror movies now because of those dreams I had when I tried to quit smoking with the pills.
Oh, I used to have some nasty nightmares with that shit. Like fucking hell, everything was gonna eat us. Everything on the planet was.
And it
gonna kill
seemed
us.
so realistic. When you woke up, it was like, did I actually wake up, or did that just really happen?
It felt like we're tripping out on fucking magic mushrooms. It was a fucking dream. You know what I mean? You're like, what?
And you wonder why a percentage of the people that take those pills actually commit suicide.
Wow. I had physical things, but my arms, I just had my arms were achy, my limbs were achy. I was knackered all the time. I thought, what the hell is this? I lasted about a week. And like I say, I got the doctor. He says, give them time. I went, the fuck that, nah. See you later. Need time to get in your system and all that. I said, no. I don't want that in my system. No way.
I don't know anybody that went into a vape shop and bought a kit or a disposable and then had side effects. Anything close to what you got when you tried to quit smoking with the patches or the gum or the pills.
Oh, it was bad shit, that, like Champix. Ooh, ill. Absolutely ill.
Yep. All right. Let's jump in. Let's do a random recipe. We'll get that one in there today. I don't care. And up for us today, I finally got around to updating my flavor stash to the latest flavors I picked up from Bull City Flavors. Got them added into here, and I've been going around and updating some of the labels. So instead of having, you know, just a 2-letter abbreviation for what the actual flavor is, well, I actually put on the proper label.
Ew.
Man, does that make it so much easier to find these tiny little bottles? Especially now that I'm starting to develop my own recipes. And I'm on the hunt to create my wife a beautiful, realistic Hawaiian fruit punch like the bottle you can buy in the gas station.
Ooh.
So, got a bunch of flavorings in, a bunch of Hawaiian punch specific flavorings that most people say, well, they came close.
Can I just tell you something out of here, right? You know, I sometimes watch Benny. Yeah, you know, sometimes I watch Benny Vapes, yeah? UK Mixin show, yeah? UK style. For a laugh, I went on an AI site, right? And asked it to make us a recipe with these two flavors that these guys had mentioned. This thing generated the recipe. But guess how much sweetener it wanted you to put in it?
How much?
10%.
Holy cow!
10% sweetener. I was
Because
like,
chat
what?
AI isn't smart enough to realize
Oh, wow.
this super sweet is 10% sucralose and 90% propylene glycol.
Ah, right.
And of this, we're only taking 1% of this solution and adding it to the recipe.
Yeah, if I had come up with 10%, I went, wow.
That's where the 10% came from, because that's how that's what the recipe is for super sweet. But don't ever try and put 10% of super sweet into your recipe.
Christ almighty, no.
You'll kill your coral.
Just your taste buds
Yuck.
will not be appreciative either. It'd be like, wow.
This also brought my flavorings up to 427. And in the process of labeling, I did find one flavor I do not have that was in my stash. And I've already fixed this stash twice.
Really?
I don't know why. But I know it's 100% accurate now. What can we make? What can we make?
What can we make?
Come on, Sherlock Holmes. Bring me something beautiful. I've also been adding reviews to a lot of the recipes that I've mixed up. And some of the reviews that I originally mixed up have gone private. So guess what I did? I took my recipe and made it public. So when I update the links in the videos, well, you can still find them. That's why you'll see a bunch of them listed here. This is from last week. We did the whole series of, look, I made this earlier.
Here's one I made earlier. Like Peter Blue.
Exactly.
Would call it.
All right, what Darren put up? He put up a new recipe here. Caramel Princess.
Pinkness.
Caramel Princess is 12% caramel cream from flavors, 1.5% marshmallow custard, and 0.6 of super sweet.
Interesting.
Very interesting, but I think it's a very singular flavor profile, which is awesome. I'm going to mix that up later, but not quite what I'm on the hunt for today. Violet Crumble is an Aussie classic, though he prefers crunchy. Is that a candy bar he's referring to?
Yeah.
Double chocolate, some fairy floss, golden syrup, honeycomb, marshmallow custard, and vanilla swirl. Honeycomb at 10%. Boy, that's going to be really honey flavored.
Yeah.
You can easily bend that into a hokey pokey ice cream with some vanilla ice cream, vanilla custard, and adjusting the swirl and marshmallow. That's pretty cool.
I like the way you put
Double
all
apple
these notes
guavas are
underneath
popular.
I like the way Flavors puts all these notes underneath where you can't change it or add to it or whatever. It's meant to be just that.
Yeah, because you can bend the recipes into something completely different or something that's similar.
But it's nice to know that he's doing it that way rather than just saying, this is the recipe, you've got to do it, you know what I mean? It's good stuff. Brilliant.
What else are we going to mix up today? We've done this one before.
I think we did.
Yep.
Strawberry gush.
We've done that one before.
Yeah. You've done that one.
Well, people keep going back to that one. I think I've seen half a dozen recipes on there that use that same video as a description for what the liquid is.
Yeah.
There's the best musk. We did that one before. I need to go back and finish doing the review on that one. I think I owe him that much at least.
Yeah, the testicular sweat of a bloody beast. Lovely.
Ooh. Talk about an espresso. The only ingredients they have here is double chocolate and espresso.
Wow.
That's legit going to taste like a little tiny espresso out of the machine. I like mine a little fancier than that. Honey Perry clone. I've seen that numerous times. Come on, somebody come up with something different. Miyogi's cappuccino. That's exactly what's sitting in Arbiter Solo. That is a beautiful, beautiful 5-star recipe there. You legit want an actual cappuccino that you can definitely identify the coffee in. That's fantastic. Nanner pudding. Who doesn't love good nana? Banana
pudding. Sorry, I'm ducking down. I'm just reading some of the. Sorry, I'm a bit off.
That's all right.
Just reading some of this stuff.
I think we'll give this one a try.
Nana pudding.
That looks interesting.
Banana, Bavarian cream, cookie. Oh, I like the looks of that. That's better. I can see it now if you zoom in.
Sorry, mate.
Fucking zoom in. That's better.
My apologies.
Like this.
Ever since they did that update for the software in the background, and I got to literally put it on the monitor below it to move it around, and then I got to lock it into place to move the mouse back up to the original monitor that zooms in on. Too lazy to go back and actually dig through the code to find out where they messed up. But that looks like an interesting recipe. Let's pull this stuff up. Capella's banana. Capella's Bavarian cream. Bavarian cream, not buttercream. Flavor Art cookie. Super sweet. Capella's sweet cream. Capella's vanilla custard. And vanilla whipped cream. Awesome. What do you think? 30 or 60?
60 all day.
All right. I know it's a steeper. I've never had a cookie, whether it be Flavor Art or whether it be Inawera, that the cookie was perfect right at the beginning. If it was, wait a week. If you didn't finish that in a week, it started to completely mess up the recipe.
What were them flavors? You had banana, Bavarian cream, cookie, sweet cream,
There, locked in for you.
Sweet cream, vanilla custard, vanilla whipped cream. I'm just trying this AI, see what it comes up with. Got vanilla custard. That vanilla custard. Vanilla whipped cream and super sweet. All right, we'll see what this does. Vanilla whipped cream. I'm interested in this.
See what it comes up with.
Yeah. It's super sweet. I was thinking about it now. It's gone, what?
Fantastical.
Are you ready for this?
What did it say?
Are you ready for this, right? Banana flavor concentrate, 5 to 8%. Bavarian cream concentrate, 3 to 5%. Cookie flavor, 2 to 4%. Sweet cream, 1 to 3%. Vanilla custard, 2 to 4%. Vanilla whipped cream, 2 to 4%, and super sweet. Bloody hell, it's been alright with super sweet, 0.5 to 1%. I was expecting that higher. That's actually not too far, but too bad, is it?
Could be worse.
I'm going to share that if it's got it there. But this one's got it as a banana pudding. It's too... There you go. Can you see that, guys? Let's come up with.
I didn't see anything come up in chat.
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see that on my screen, guys, or not showing it?
Nope.
Ah! Hang on, YouTube. What about that?
Nope. Just you, my friend.
How the fuck do you share a screen on here then?
Are you using OBS?
No, I'm just going straight through the Ninja.
Oh, I'd have to have your screen share as a separate input into this OBS.
Ah, right. Sorry. Oh well, no mind.
Some people do it that way. Some people just use that exclusively because Video Ninja has an actual final output that you can literally do that kind of stuff with. Kind of the same way that Zoom does.
I think that's what we're.
You can use Zoom.
It was a bit like Zoom. You just shared your screen, bump over came, yeah. Obviously, OBS is totally different. I've got you.
Well, yeah, the input that I have is just your feed. That's the advantage of Video Ninja is I can literally take your feed directly from your computer to my computer.
That's got you. I'm with you now.
And I could set up your desktop as a separate feed that automatically comes from your computer to my computer, but it would always have to be there, even if you weren't using it.
I'm with you.
All right, so super sweet is just 0.16.
Well, yeah, that was right. That was it was 1%, wasn't it? No, it was 0.5 to 1%, wasn't it?
That's what I get for tipping it back and then tipping it forward again. I eliminated the vacuum and then here's some more.
I think that's what happened with me. I think that's what happened with me with that nicotine. I like come back and then come forward and went bloop. I went, oh shit.
Oh, that's too much.
By a mile. I was like, oh no. I need to order some more. I've actually run out. Like I said, I mixed my last 3 bottles up with it the other day. Well, I say 3. I've got 4 because obviously I had a half one down. So I'm doing another one, dialed it down, but I need to get some more.
This definitely takes a good week before you can actually fully realize that in the flavor. Sweet cream.
I'll tell you what I was thinking of ordering, the hybrid, Nick. 50-50.
Yeah.
Salt and base. Salt, you know, I did used to like salt, you know. I used to love fucking salt. Every time I used to get Nick shots from me commercial stuff, I used to always buy salts.
And then the last one is vanilla whipped cream.
Vanilla whipped cream. Like I said, there's a lot of vanillas in there, and that's what it looks like it's going to be a steeper.
The cream and the cookie is what requires it to sit.
Yeah. Which sounds
Can't all
nice,
be
though.
like Benny Vape's 14% of SSA whipped cream.
Oh no.
You can definitely tell that's whipped cream in there right off the bat.
Definitely.
Blend all those flavorings and our secret sauce together.
He's a nice guy, Benny. I like Benny. He's near bother. Not a bad word about anybody. Sounds a pound.
Need 6 mils of PG to bring it to a 70-30 mix. There you go.
Lovely jabbly. Just top it up with the good stuff and you're all done.
Job done.
Looks a bit like a salt lamp, that. When you're filling it up with wee blah blah the bubbles. You have to put a light behind that, mate. You have like a dazzling effect.
Yeah, because you can legit see the viscosity differences between the PG and the VG.
That's mint, isn't it?
Close enough.
It's near enough. It's near enough. The good old shaky time.
And because this is something that's going to be a steeper,
Yeah, I think that's the case for that.
we're going to try
Yeah.
stuff that we already made up earlier.
Oh, see what I mean? He's like a Cub Scout. He's prepared. Be prepared.
Before I forget, before my Alzheimer's gets the better of me, I'm going to open up my beautiful label maker.
Oh, yes, get your label on.
Turn the printer on so I can do a quick copy paste print and get this sucker labeled.
Yeah. That's one thing, folks. Like when you mix a bottle of juice, try and label it with anything, as long as you know what's in it. Otherwise, be sitting
There's
there,
a newer
"What the hell
version
is that?"
available. Do you want to upgrade? No. Thank you.
No, no upgrades while we're doing a live show.
No, thank you.
Don't do anything while
I
I'm
am
streaming.
quite content.
Yeah, you can keep that. I'm a happy chappy.
Open. Paste.
And rock and roll.
Episode 23 for season 2.
Wow, we're up there already.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd the time go? Where'd the time go with that one, like?
23 weeks into the year. My wife and I were just having that conversation the other day about how it's June.
I know.
We're like in the summer already, the summer months. Where did this
Wait.
time go? How did this first half of the year just blow right by us?
I think we've just kind of really kicked into summer properly, you know what I mean? It's only been like the last week or so where we're getting like what temperatures up. Obviously, trees and everything have just went bush, you know, this just into bloom, just everything bang, green, 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 lots of it. There you go. Oh, look at that, man. He's well prepared, this guy, folks. Well prepared.
So we're going to take a look today in our recipes that we've mixed up previously. Let me go to my recipes.
Aye.
What did we do? We did on episode 18 was a chocolate experience. There she be. There's the chocolate experience. This was cotton candy at 0.5%, custard premium from Flavor Art at 3.5%, Mullenberry's Glamour chocolate at 2.5%, 0.5% of super sweet, 2% of vanilla bean ice cream, and 1% of vanilla swirl.
It sounds nice, that actually. Oh,
that does sound very nice, and I knew that it was going to take a while for that to steep out. So here we are today. I got the drop cleaned, new wick. Here's our chocolate experience.
You can see it's a nice color, that now. It's got a nice dark color. Yep, that's a nice color. That's got nice and dark. You know what it is, lad.
That does smell like chocolate. I've yet to experience a beautiful chocolate vape. I might actually get that opportunity today.
It's a hard one to master, isn't it?
I've had some that were kind of close, but the chocolate was either chalky, or just absent.
I think the chocolates I've had where the chocolate's been more bitter, like more cocoa than chocolate, really bitter.
I'm not getting the taste of chocolate. I get the smell of chocolate. It's not like a chocolate milk. It's kind of like when you're baking chocolate and you buy those little chocolate chips that you go to melt over pretzels or whatever. It smells like that, but it doesn't have... I guess the taste is kind of there. You kind of get the buttery aspects of it. Definitely not like a milk chocolate.
I'm a fan of milk chocolate. I like milk chocolate. I like Belgian as well.
Swiss chocolate.
Aye.
Best chocolate I ever had was real Swiss chocolate. Used to be able to buy it in the shops in Hungary. Imported from Switzerland.
Swiss chocolate. That's good shit, isn't it?
It's not. It wasn't a dark chocolate experience. It wasn't a milk chocolate experience. It was... Belgian chocolate is just so rich. It literally coats your entire mouth with a chocolate experience.
Wow. I was never a fan of dark chocolate. I'm very like more of a milk chocolate guy, but I used to like dark chocolate with used to get this chocolate called Old Jamaican Rum, and it was basically rum and raisin chocolate, but it was in a dark chocolate, and I'll tell you what it is. Oh my god, I could eat that till it come up with my freaking eyes. It was delicious stuff.
Might have to let this sit longer because I'm not getting the whole milky aspects of it.
Really? Wow.
Like I get a scent, a reminiscent scent lingering on my palate of like powdered milk. But I don't get any kind of the mouthfeel from milk or chocolate milk The mouthfeel is kind of dry in this.
Powdered milk reminds me of Maltesers. You know, the middle out of Maltesers. That's what powdered milk reminds me of.
I wish I would have had the Bushido wicked up to try it on the Bushido, because the drop is kind of lackluster in flavorings on some of the weaker recipes.
Yeah.
The taste of the juice when I did the knuckle test on it, I get the kind of chocolatey milky experience, but it wasn't like in your face or potent or...
No. Bit bland.
Maybe this recipe is just simply not pushing the flavor percentages enough. You know what I mean? Maybe 10% isn't enough to get it to be an actual chocolate experience. I get where they're going. I get the flavor aspects that you want.
Yeah.
But it's just weak.
Just need to push them a bit more.
And that's something that, you know, Darren posted a link and has talked about this one before. But you can go in here and just adjust the total flavor percentage. You can change this. And instead of it being 10, I can make it a 20. And it literally is just reformulated the recipe.
Got ya.
To give us 20% total flavorings. Everything just got bumped up.
Everything's just up. Maybe the way to go.
And I can change this and I can save this as a V2. And I can mix this one up and save it for later.
See how it comes out.
And see how it comes out and see if it actually is a chocolate experience. I get the chocolate. There's no off notes to this. But it's just not like my Hunky Hawaiian Punch, where it literally just is a juicy mouthfeel and an experience. It's on the right path. There's no off notes. I can't think of anything that I would rather change in there. Maybe change the cotton candy sweetener to sucralose, but then that might bend it out of the realm that it's sitting in now.
Yeah.
But
they might just need pushing it a touch, man.
Listen, I'm going to mix this one up and I'm going to try this one out. When it gets to the 20% recipe, let that sit for a while and see if that's all the problem is with it.
Might be. It could be, sir.
But now everybody knows how you can easily change the percentages in a recipe. If you see it and you just want to adjust the total percentage, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
Piece of cake. All right.
Tell you what, you know, I mean, it's just a suggestion, but it might be worth you doing a video on ELR. Just show people how to navigate around it and do all that shit. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people who don't know half the stuff that, you know, I would have never have known what you've just done there in a million years. Never have known it.
I didn't know about it till Darren mentioned it, and I looked for it. I'm like, yeah, I've been watching it. It's been staring me in the face the whole time I've been using this, but never thought about using that. All right, so today we're going to check out also Cheers Big Ears.
What are you trying to say?
Listen, this is supposed to be a sweet, sticky soda. So I want to see. That's what we got, and that's what we got.
What you got in it? You've got creaming soda, you've got grape. If it's by flavors, I'm pretty confident because he's good. Mixed berry, natural, sherbet, and super sweet.
See, my thing is with the creaming soda, it is not a cream soda like you expect it to be here in the States.
No, like an American cream soda, you mean? Is that what you think about?
No, it's not like an American cream soda. It's more like I said before, in Hungary, when they used to take syrup and they'd add carbonated water to it.
Yeah.
You know, this old soda jerks used to do that kind of stuff. It's like a syrup turned soda, but it's not cream soda. It's not a cola. So we'll see.
Yeah.
It's a fruit soda.
Fruit soda.
Not like this soda.
That is a mad soda, that.
Shit, I shouldn't have drank that right before I vaped this. Fucking orange soda and then...
No, I think that was a bad idea.
Okay, the coffee definitely wiped that clean. Wiped that slate clean.
See, now,
It's definitely a soda.
If you've got proper American cream soda in your head, that might conflict with what you're getting.
Nope, not even close to being an American cream soda. This is like...
Yeah.
I'm at a loss for what to even compare it to. You don't get the sherbet out of it. You don't get the grape out of it. You get this new blending of the two of them. And the creaming soda. It's a real curious flavor.
Curious.
And I feel bad because that's the best way I can describe it. I have no basis of comparison for what this is equivalent to.
Might just be one unique flavor, maybe.
A cool, refreshing, sticky soda is what he has as the description for this.
Right.
I get that, but I'm not getting a cherry cola out of it. Not like the cherry colas that we have here. The cherry colas that we have here in the States, it's definitely a cola with cherry flavoring added to the whole cola experience. Like I could replicate that by this well steeped cola recipe that I've mixed up before and adding some cherry to this. Some cherry juice at a very low percentage.
Yeah.
So you distinctly identify that there's like a cherry juice in there and you distinctly identify the cola syrup.
There's a cola, say, yeah.
I could get that by adding just a tiny bit of cherry to this. I'd love to go to Sydney and find out what their cherry cola tastes like. To see if that's what this is.
That's what I'm saying. Like some of the flavor profiles, in the US. I mean, we get American cream soda here in the UK, but I very much doubt it tastes like American cream soda in the US. I just very much doubt it does. I think it's probably totally different.
I don't know. A&W cream soda is the most popular cream soda here in the States.
Yeah.
And it is a distinct flavor cream soda. None of the flavorings that I've ever had that have been called cream soda or creaming soda taste anything like it.
No.
It's a beautiful, pleasant, fragrant vape. You definitely get the whole vaping smell of like a cherry cola. Not even cherry. It's the fruit is not cherry.
It's mixed berry, though, isn't it? Mixed berry natural.
Yeah.
Maybe if you replace the mixed berry with the flavor of a berry, like I don't know, raspberry, whatever, it might be more a bit prominent rather than a mixed berry.
But the sweetness is like off on this. It's like it's that cola syrupy type sweetness. It's not super sweet. Not like the typical sweetness we get from a lot of these other recipes we mixed up with super sweet, where you get that distinct sugary sweetness to it. This is more like a syrupy kind of mouthfeel. And when you vape it, you get that taste of a grape initially on your tongue, but there's more to it than that. I think the sherbet is like really confusing with that grape. It wouldn't surprise me to find out that this is what their cherry cola tastes like in Australia. But this is not what it tastes like in the United States.
No. That's it.
It's a beautiful vape. I'm curious to see what my wife's reaction is going to be to this. Things that I find odd and weird and stuff like this, she either loves it or hates it.
She likes. It's normally the case. You're like, try that. You go, ooh, that's nice. And you're like, really? Flavor again. Don't care. Just nice. Okay.
That is so weird, though, to have that experience on the exhale where all the aromatics of that just get so amplified. I want to taste this. I want to knuckle test this. I didn't do that. The knuckle taste is like a chewy candy, like a pink chewy candy. Like a cherry chew. I doubt I'd even be able to find that if I did a Google search for that.
Sorry guys, batteries died on me thing.
See, the thing is with Starburst, the red is the cherry, the pink is strawberry. I get the feel of this pink, but it's not the flavor of strawberry that I'm getting. This would be it. I think this is it.
Wild cherry chews.
Yep.
Yes, it's strawberry. Hello, Mick. Late night vape show. Welcome, bud. Well, yes, we're still going.
Welcome to have you.
We're still going, bud.
Wow, that's so fantastic. That mouthfeel experience and that aromatic experience when you exhale. That is so potent. If I could just recognize it as something I've eaten before.
Yeah.
This could be something that I would all day vape. But it's not something that I can relate to, oh, I've eaten this before. This is totally unique to this vaping.
I think that's some of the I see annoying things, or the niggly things, you know, when you get a juice and you're thinking, it's a new flavour, but you can't compare it with something that you know. So you're sitting there thinking...
Yeah, there's nothing I've eaten.
Yeah.
This is the only thing I've eaten that's come close to it.
Yeah.
But the strawberry is not strawberry. It's more of a cherry than a strawberry, but it's not really the cherry that you're used to eating. It's not like grabbing a cherry out of the fridge and eating it and then spitting the seeds out.
All right.
It's a candy. It's definitely a candy. A soft pink candy. I don't know.
Maybe that's where it is. Wild cherry chew.
Cheers, big ears.
Let's just say it's unique. Huh?
It is. It is.
Well, I think that's what flavors do. You know, it keeps you on your toes, matey. Yeah.
Now, for one that we mixed up, that I'm curious to finally taste.
Oh, the rhubarb. Oh, that's gotta be. I don't know with that one, like.
Peanut butter rhubarb cookies.
Oh, I don't know, like I think your rhubarb is gonna be a sticky point on this one.
How many decades has it been since I've actually eaten rhubarb, though?
Exactly, because rhubarb can have so many different flavors, depending on
how tart it is.
Yeah, or how you cook it, or you eat it raw.
How you
or
prepare it.
There could be so many different tastes of rhubarb. I mean, generally, you still get that sourness, but if you add sugar or whatever, you can kind of die.
Smells like a peanut butter and jelly cookie. Peanut butter and jelly cookie.
Yeah. I think it'll be a peanut butter jelly cookie with a bit of sourness. I think the rhubarb will give it sour, like a bit of a sour flavor.
We'll see.
That's where I'm kind of going with it, like. But I stand to be corrected.
Peanut butter is a dominant flavor. It's not as sweet as peanut butter. Probably should have added a little sweetness to it.
You see, you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it.
Not that. That's not what I want. This is what I want. I'm gonna kill these coils. There's the super sweet. Let's dilute that down with some e-liquid. That completely changed the mouthfeel of this. Now I'm getting the sticky aspects to the peanut butter.
Right.
It didn't really crank up the sweetness, but it definitely coated my tongue with that whole peanut buttery mouthfeel. I'm not getting the rhubarb in this.
See, I thought the
Oh no,
rhubarb
I got it on that one.
I thought it would add the sourness to it a bit, the rhubarb.
It's a peanut butter rhubarb cookie.
It's there, is it? It's finally come in, eh?
It's a peanut butter rhubarb cookie, but I didn't pay attention. He put it in the notes, sweetened to taste.
Got you.
That's what it needs. I took a little bit of the super sweet, put that on the coil, added some more of the e-liquid. I'm probably closer to 1% super sweet in here. But holy crap. He nailed the recipe.
That's just made a total difference altogether.
Yeah, because even now on the exhale, when I go through my nose, I get the full richness of a cookie. and that whole peanutty smell to that cookie, and the rhubarb taste profile is coming through. There's no sourness to it. It's a beautifully cooked rhubarb.
Yeah, it's a sweeter rhubarb rather than a sour.
Like a rhubarb pie.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, well, there you go. Happy days.
One of these days, I'm going to get to the point where I can mix like this man here. Advocate for liberty. He just throws shit together and it just like works.
I'm sure he's on one of Benny Vape shows. Is he on Northern Union Vape show? I'm sure he's on
I think
there.
I have seen him there at one point in time.
I'm sure he's on as a regular host on one of them shows. Positive he is.
I know he's on the Sunday.
I know he's on like shitloads of shows. Like he's everywhere, isn't he? Oh, who am I thinking of?
He's on Fresh's show. It was the other day.
Yeah.
The other week. There he is, right there.
I'm thinking of somebody else.
But there he is, right there. And you can't see anything because I'm zoomed in. Sorry.
Him, you see him there? That's him. But he's on Benny's show, very regular. Him. He's a regular host. I think it's on the Northern Union. Is it Northern Union? He's either on the Northern Union show or the UK Mixin show. He's a regular. He's a regular presenter on one of them. Can't be his lives. I'm sure he's on one of them regular. It's either Northern Union or the UK Mixin show. Almost certain he's on one of them as a regular presenter. UK Vape Show. It'll be on the other one. UK. What the fuck? UK. That's it.
There he is.
Yeah, that's it. UK. He's regular on there, mate. He's fucking brilliant. Knows his stuff.
Sure does.
He's apparently he does a lot of lives. He's on a shitload of shows, but he's there every week on the Benny show. I recognise the way he's always got a hat on. That's how I recognised him. He's always got a.
And rhubarb is a flavor. Once you've had it, you cannot forget it.
No,
I was a child the last time I ate rhubarb. Anything with rhubarb in it.
It's amazing, man, rhubarb. And honestly, it's just one of those things. You just
And it goes so well with the peanut butter. It's not like the peanut butter's dominant. I mean, it's a perfectly balance of the two.
I thought the peanut butter.
I just needed some sweetener. That's the only thing that was missing. That can be so frustrating for new mixers.
Yeah, I thought the peanut butter would have been the prominent flavor, like, because obviously it's a strong flavor.
No, because it's not peanut butter. It's peanut butter taffy, is the flavoring
right.
that they used in this recipe.
Got you.
So.
Yeah. Wow, rhubarb.
But that just works.
I would have never thought of rhubarb with a cookie, like, but you know, hell, why not?
Now, if you've had rhubarb before, it's not like, unless it's something that you totally love, it's not like you're going to go crave it.
Oh, I'm a big fan of, rhubarb pie, rhubarb crumble. Oh, with a nice creamy custard or ice cream on the top. My God. Oh, it's to die for.
Oh, yeah. I could imagine adding a little bit of ice cream to this.
Oh.
Get that creamy mouthfeel, or even some whipped cream. Just put some SSA whipped cream in here. Not the full 14% like you would need for a full,
No.
I don't want a dollop of whipped cream on top of a cookie. I just want the little more creamy aspects to it.
Yeah.
Wow. He's also on Noted.
But isn't that, yeah, he's on loads, man. He gets all over. He does a lot of live stuff.
I don't get notifications from Wayne anymore. Twitch is the only time I get notifications from Wayne that he goes live.
All right.
It pisses me off that YouTube doesn't give us notifications for all of the people we follow. What's the point in us following them if you don't notify us when they go live?
It's probably because it's vape related, that's why. If it was anybody else, there you go.
There he is.
Oh, he gets about, like, he gets about. Damn good mixer. Really knows his stuff.
Kudos to you, brother, man. You really know how to mix. I'll tell you that.
Oh, he's a good mixer.
How many other people would have even tried to use rhubarb and peanut butter together?
I would have never have thought of that in a million. I wouldn't even have thought of a rhubarb cookie. Never did that. I would just never have imagined. But then again, us in the UK, rhubarb, the first thing you come to mind that pairs with rhubarb is custard. Rhubarb and custard, that's what you think. Bump straight away. That's what pairs. You don't eat rhubarb cookie. I would never have thought of that in a million years. Never.
Listen, I've gotten to like custards. It was never my go-to, never one that I chased or seeked until I started mixing with you on these shows. And now it's like,
you know, you're hooked. I've got you, yeah. And you're hooked. I've got you. You're on the end of the line there. You're hooked.
fucking bastard.
Go on, admit it. You know. You know it makes sense, mate. You know it makes sense. But you know, there you go, you see. But you know what, I've been pushing my boundaries as well. I've been trying different stuff and I'm enjoying it. So, you know, you're not the only one. I'm trying stuff I thought I would never even look at. So there you go. All part of the
That's
fun.
why I mix this recipe. I'm like, I remember having rhubarb as a kid. I'm curious to see what the hell he does. Cookie, rhubarb, and peanut butter. What?
I would never have thought.
It is not a peanut butter cookie. If you're an American and you like happen to have these ingredients, the 3 ingredients to mix this, you will not get a peanut butter cookie. It is nothing like a peanut butter cookie. The rhubarb completely takes over the experience of it, and it is unforgettable. You will now know what rhubarb tastes like if you mix this recipe.
Glad you like it, Nick. Glad you like a bit of out rhubarb.
That brought me back to my childhood.
That's like a delicacy over here, man. Rhubarb. Oh.
That legit took me back to my childhood when I was in Hungary and somebody made that for dessert one night.
You've just reminded me, you know, we've got, when my wife lost her mum, our daughter obviously took a house over because obviously she was living there as a tenant, so she got the right to take the house on. But our mum has got one fucking ginormous rhubarb plant in her garden. I need to go over and harvest it at some point. Honestly, the stems on it are like that. Honestly, it's massive. It's a well-matured plant. It's been there for as far as
the closest thing that we have to rhubarb in the States is celery.
Oh, this thing must have been there 10 years. Because obviously your current just grows back. Your current just grows back. It just grows back, but bigger every time. And I really need to go over the next. I'm going to go over the next time it's ripened up and get some. I used to eat it raw. You used to pick it, wash it, eat it raw like a celery. You can eat it raw as well. I mean, it's sour as hell, like, but you can't eat it raw.
There you go.
But what I used to do as a kid when I eat it raw, I used to take a bite, get the hard end off, so you enter the fruity bit, the soft bit, and you dip it in a bowl of sugar, bite. Dip it in a bowl of sugar, bite. Oh, delicious. But it's easy to grow as well. It's a doddle. Pretty much grows itself. As long as you water it and everything, it pretty much just does its own thing. No speciality to doing it, just does its own thing. Mint, man. But yeah, I'm going to go over there next time it's ripened. I'm going to get a good look. I mean, them stems there. You see them two stems on your far left? The two right on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
If you double them, that's how thick hers has grown, because it's that well established. It's a beautiful, beautiful plant. I'm gonna have to go over and get some. But you would have never thought of it, would you? Eating a stalk of a plant that tastes like that. Wow. Amazing, man. Like I say, re-emphasising what we're talking about before, eating fresh food. Can't get any better than that, mate.
I miss having a garden like I did when I was in Ohio. When we were living in Ohio, man, we had an acre that was just for a garden.
Oh,
we had rows of corn, we had rows of potatoes, peppers, onions, garlic, tomatoes, cucumbers, peas, green beans.
Yeah. I would love to grow my own veg, but we're in like an old Victorian house, so we haven't got it's like a yard rather than a garden. It's all concrete and brick walls, so we'd have to like maybe build a kind of a vegetable plot, I suppose, if we weren't going to do it. But I would love to grow my own veg again. Oh wow.
Yeah, my yard is about the same size as the house. So, I mean, it's not like there's a whole lot of room back there. We had a pool before, and when the pool got taken down, we converted that into a garden, and we tried a bunch of different things. But, like, the problem is the sun doesn't hit it all day long. First thing in the morning, the sun will hit it, but it's at a very low angle. And then it goes past a bunch of trees in the neighbor's yard. So you get shade for part of the morning. And it isn't until about high noon that the sun's back out directly at the plant. Yeah. And it's a perfect opportunity for mold to grow on big leafy things like pumpkins and... Yeah. And then you get mold that grows on there, cucumbers. Yeah. So we never get a full size cucumber because the mold would start growing on the leaves and then you're dead.
So you're getting like that moisture, only that morning dew, and it's not really drying out till midday, and it's just still... I mean, where we are, I think we're south facing, so we pretty much get the sun all day, but it's on like a back wall, you know what I mean? It's tiny, our backyard. You can pretty much just put a table and chairs out, and that's it. It's done. There's no room for nothing.
Yeah, I definitely need to add a little sweetener to this, and then I'm going to vape this whole bottle. There's no question about it. It's just such a unique experience. Rhubarb peanut butter cookie.
That's an interesting one, that, like, definitely. Wow.
And that rhubarb just lingers on your tongue. You get the cookie and you get the peanut butter when you first vape it, and then it's just like the rhubarb just lingers. And the more you vape it, the more it lingers.
Still, like I say, it's something I would never have thought of. That's just something I would never have thought of.
Because it's very earthy. It's a very earthy cookie.
But hey, you know, if you like it, you like it. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Holy shit.
I like it because it brought me back to my childhood, not because it's such a delectable flavor. It's not like candy you're going to go seek out.
Yeah.
You experienced rhubarb as a kid and you've never had it since then, and you go to vape this and go,
holy shit.
I remember being a kid the last time I tasted this.
You know what it is, right? I wish rhubarb would last so long. I would actually ship some out to you, mate, but, you know, it would never happen. We probably...
Nah, it's like celery. You got a week max, and it's going to be refrigerated.
Yeah.
Or sitting in water.
It'd probably be rotted before you got it.
Wilted into nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I could grow it in my yard. I'm sure it would grow. I got plenty of shaded areas where it stays cool and dry.
Yeah, I mean, it's
just moist enough for it to grow.
It doesn't need hot climates. I think hot would probably kill it off.
Ruin it.
Really,
yeah,
it doesn't need hot.
That's like mint. On the window well in the back corner of my house, mint always grows there. You run the weed whacker and you kill it, it's there next week too. Mint it just will not die.
Nah, once mint gets a hold, it's just poof, everywhere. We've got some mint. We've actually got some mint in a little pot in the windowsill, and it was only a plant about that big. It's fucking up here now. It needs a bigger pot. It just goes nuts. It just woof. I don't mind mint, like, it's nice. I like mint.
Mojito, my favorite drink using mint. A mojito.
Mojito.
It's so easy to make too.
Mint. See, I like mint sauce, you know, like it's being pickled. Nice. A mojito.
Aye.
Mojito cocktail. Excuse me. It looks very green.
I don't want to shop for mojitos.
For the recipe. A-liquid.
Captain Morgan.
Yeah, hey.
Captain Morgan mojito? No.
Yes, now we're talking.
No, not rum. Not rum.
Now we're talking.
There you go.
Oh, bummer. I suppose you could.
If you're in the mood for a fun summer drink, this mint mojito recipe is just what you need. It's refreshing, delicious, and let me throw an advertisement in your face because I want you to sign up so I can send you more crap.
You froze, by the way. Again.
What the hell?
You've done it again, haven't you? It's froze again.
That's twice in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Listen, this mojito recipe is so good, I don't care if I'm frozen or not. We're going to continue on anyway. Because it's a refreshing, delicious, and super easy to make recipe. When life gives you mint leaves like we have on the corner of our property, this mint mojito recipe is right up the alley.
I can't say I've ever had it, to be honest with you, mojito.
It's just lime and mint leaves. You muddle the mint leaves. You add the lime juice. You add some simple syrup or some sugar.
Wow.
Some white rum and some club soda.
See, you're talking rum there. You see, rum.
Yeah, when I saw Captain Morgan, I'm like, no, not Captain Morgan. You need white rum.
White rum.
A nice silver rum is exactly what you need to make a beautiful picture of this. And it's literally, you just muddle the mint leaves, which means don't like smash them to smithereens. Just break and open the zest for the fragrant oils from the mint leaves.
You just want to
muddle the mint leaves.
Yeah.
Yep. Throw them into a shaker. Add the rum, the lime juice, the simple syrup, a handful of ice, some club soda, and you shake it and serve it, and it is a beautiful, refreshing, crisp drink.
Oh, sounds nice, actually. It really does sound nice. Oh.
Easy to make. Very easy to make.
I think I've seen it actually for sale in the shops. I'm sure the shops actually sell it as well. Mojito. The name rings a bell.
Yep. And related drinks to that, obviously, is the mint julep, Paloma cocktail, margarita.
You better half like that because she likes some of the rum drinks anyway. You know, she likes the like I said, that dead man's fingers and all that stuff. It's all variations of rum. So I think she would like that. Very nice.
Very nice. And since we're frozen and we've reached the 4-hour and 40-minute mark, I think it's time for us to start wrapping things up for today. I truly appreciate all of you that have stuck around while we've ranted and raved, and I've gotten on my soapbox.
Nothing wrong with that.
We did our usual retro vape or random recipe mixing. Time for another meme. Nobody posted a meme.
There you are. There's a me. I think what can we put with that one? That face you pull when you've run out of one ingredient for a recipe.
That is it. That's exactly it, too.
You twat. I like that. That's brilliant. So I'm surprised nobody's. All right, guys, get some memes in. Take a screenshot or whatever, and get some memes on the gun. All right, post me his Facebook group or whatever. Oh, you're back. You're back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I hope you guys have a fantastic day, a beautiful rest of the week.
He likes that.
You and your custards have poisoned my vape liquid.
No, I haven't. I've just enlightened you and educated you. That's how I look at it.
I'll take my hunky Hawaiian punch.
Thank you, boys and girls in chat who've all joined in. Absolutely love it when you guys come in. Like I say, you make the show. Just please do us one little favor, guys. We've never asked this before, but give this a like or a thumbs up. It might help the old algorithm in YouTube. You know what I'm saying, boys and girls? So please leave a thumbs up, like all that stuff. Again,
please and thank you.
Please and thank you. Yes, please and thank you. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I'm bloody begging you. Anyway, until the next time, guys. Same place, same time, all that good stuff. Have a fantastic week. Until then, stay safe, vape safe, and we shall see you all very soon. You take care, boys and girls. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
About you is the reason I can't spend one more day without you. Oh, so tell me, girl, 'cause I really wanna know. Do I make you wanna run away with me? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone? Do I make you wanna run and just be wild and free? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone else? Like you don't need anyone else? Because all I need is you. Oh, won't you run away with me? Won't you run away with me? I've never felt like this. What are you doing to me?